Shadow Ops, what's up? I knew you'd be the first in the room. You always are. Awesome to see you, buddy. Michael, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, I got an exciting show tonight. Not really. Some updates. Not too exciting. But yeah. What the hell? You got nothing better to do on a Saturday night, right? So I know I don't. So could do a little sanding on this. What did I do with that piece of sandpaper I just had? Put it down here. Yeah, that's working out perfect. So it's a 3D printed Chrysler 300 I did for a friend of mine, and I did a couple layers of primer that I'm sanding out, and that's coming out beautiful. It's smooth as a baby's butt, so that's coming out really good. So we can do a final sand on this, and then I can shoot the color on it. So that'll be cool. He just got rid of the car too. He had some medical problems, and he needs more room to carry his oxygen tank and stuff. So he traded it in on a Cadillac SUV, small SUV. I know he's going to miss this car. He loved this car, and he has no idea I printed this for him. He was supposed to bring the car over to me so I could fix it. He had a blend door issue, and he was going to bring it over to have me fix it, and then he didn't feel good that day. And then before we got back together to fix it, he traded the car in on a Cadillac. So I was like, all right, whatever. He went from a 96 Impala SS, like the ones I have, to this Chrysler 300 SRT8. That's the Mac Daddy 6.1 liter Hemi motor, and he loved this car. He especially loved the rack and pinion steering that the Impala didn't have. The Impala had the old center link, and inner outer tie rod, drag link setup, and the he just thought that the 300 handled so much better with the rack and pinion, which it probably did. Hard to argue with that, but anyway. So let's see. Just the three of us, right? We just have, let me see, yeah, there's three. So we got Shadow and we got Michael. And I think that's all that's talking. So we've got a lurker. That's okay. You're welcome to lurk. No problem. We enjoy the lurkers as well. Yeah, so we'll wait a few minutes for people to come in. And then I'll start telling all my stories. I got some updates and some stuff to chat about. Mostly about airplanes that are on sale right now that I bought. So since this is Hanger 51, we're going to talk about radio control airplanes tonight. I think we'll start, well, we started off with this 3D printed car, but we're going to go to that first since a few more people get here. So, Michael Bear, what's up? Good to see you, man. Man, I haven't seen you in a while. Been doing a lot of flying? What's going on in your life? Either model flying or the real thing. I don't care. You know, let me not. I know you don't like the real thing. Full scale or model. Let's go that route. They're both real. So, boy, this is just smoothing right out. This is going to be wonderful. Yeah, this is working out beautiful. I don't know if I showed you guys this on the last one, but I'll show you now. So these mirrors. Let me get close to the camera here. Hold on. So that mirror there on the door. That's my Gorilla Glue trick. They didn't print right at all. I don't know why. Everything else printed perfect on the car, but the mirrors didn't come out with the crap. And then I compared them to the ones that did come out good on this one. And to me, they look too small. That mirror doesn't look the right size to me on that. It's too little. I thought it should have been bigger. Yeah. I don't know. They just look tiny on there. So I thought they needed to be bigger. You know, my Daytona has bigger mirrors than that. So I try to make these look more like the Daytona. So they're a little bigger, which I think. And I can always make them smaller, but they're made out of Gorilla Glue. So I put some Gorilla Glue, my Gorilla Glue water mix, and I had 2 ping pong balls, basically, on each side, and then I sanded them into mirrors, and it came out beautiful. It worked really good. So that was pretty cool. We're talking free shipping. Yeah, we are actually. Oh, you've been doing a lot of animal shelter work. Good for you. Yeah, that's got to be really rewarding. I know how much you love animals. Me too. So yeah, I'm sure you're enjoying the hell out of that. It'd be kind of hard for me. I get too attached to them, and I'm sure you do too. And then whatever their fate is, if they get adopted or if they have to be put down, that's the part I'd have trouble with. Even the adoption would hurt because I'm not going to get to see them anymore. So, yeah, I still have a little work to do on this front here where that layer shift took place. I don't think I can sand. Well, maybe I can sand that out. That feels like it's coming out. It might work. No, I didn't have to buy 3 to get the free shipping. Everything was on sale and free shipping. And, well, Horizon still charges me sales tax. Bought something from Hobby Zone, no sales tax. And I bought something from Hobby King and no sales tax. So I didn't pay sales tax on 2 of them, but Horizon's still charging sales tax. So, and I seriously doubt they're paying sales tax. So, they're just another way to get a little more money out of us. And there's really nothing we can do about it. We really can't even complain about that. That is working. Let's sand it out. Perfect. That's cool. So anyway, all right. So we're up to 5. Actually, I think we're up to 7. Who's here? So Michael Bear and Shadow Ops and Michael. Oh God, I don't know how to pronounce that last name. Lambertino. I'm sorry. And that's all it's talking. So we've got 7 in here, but there's only 3 of us talking. So, but that's okay. We'll make do with that. All right, so I guess I'll just get right into the. Let's just get right into. Hang on a minute here. Let me fix my screen here. We'll get right into the airplanes. So of course they're on sale. So you know me. Um, if it's on sale, I'm in. So let's see. The first one, um, Horizon Hobby has the end of summer sale going on for another 5 days, I think. I think it ends on the 27th. Um, so they had that decathlon, that new one they came out with, I don't know, 6, 8 months ago, I think. Might have been a year ago. I don't think it's been out a year, but maybe. And it's $100 off. So I didn't think the plane was worth $299. But $199, yeah, I was okay with that. So I ordered that one. I love the paint scheme on it. I mean, I love decathlons. I've got a really pretty one over here, a wood one. It's about the same size. This one might be a little bit smaller actually, but it's wood and it's yellow with the white stars and sunbursts on it. And I really like it. It's a really cool little airplane. And it's a Horizon plane from long ago. It's a very old plane. Philip, what's up? How you doing, man? So anyway, so I bought that decathlon because I really wanted it, but I just didn't want to pay $300 for it. But I'll pay $200 for it. So I was okay with that. So I bought that. That was the first acquisition, and then I went to Hobby King, and there's a couple planes there I want, but I'm going to wait till they go on sale. I really want that new the new the PBY, the Catalina. I really love that plane, so I'm going to get one of those. I'm just going to wait and see it. It'll go on sale eventually, so I'm going to get one of those. But what they did have on sale was the T-28 again, the one that's the Air Force anniversary color scheme, the white, blue, and gold. I really love that airplane. I have one. I wanted another one. So I bought a second one of those. It was on sale. Not a big sale, but it was under $200. You know, they knocked it down to and free shipping. So it was 197 or something. It's normally I think 239 or 229, something like that. So it's about a $30 savings on that one. So not a big deal, but usually the plane's out of stock every time you go to buy it. That thing sells out every time they put it up. So it took years for me to finally get one because every time I went to buy it, it was back order because it was out of stock again. And then I get a notification that it's back in stock. And by the time I went to the website to order it, it was already out of stock again. I was like, Jesus. So it's a very popular airplane. Everybody buys that thing. So I wanted a second one, so I bought a second one. So that's on the way. And then my third acquisition, um, out of room yet? No, I'm not gonna. There's no way I'm gonna run out of room now. I got enough room in here. Listen, if I have to build another level above the other half of the garage where all the cars are parked, so I have more room for airplanes, I'm going to do that. So with 32,000 cubic feet of space in here, I'll make room for airplanes. There's no problem now. I can just build. I can just turn the whole upstairs, put airplane racks up there, the same I'm going to do down here, and double my capacity. So, and then there's always that possibility of what I might do upstairs. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. After I get all the airplanes in here, we'll see how much room I have, and then we'll go from there. Because I haven't committed to anything upstairs yet. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Right now, it's just storing stuff out of the way so I can keep working. Well, Bill, what's up? Good to see you, man. So as soon as I get this room, I get the electrical run, which is coming very soon. I'll I'll get the drywall in, and then I'll bring all the airplanes from over there over here, and then I can bring all my cars that are still outside in and park them over there where the planes are right now, because the planes are going to be in here. That's going to be all where the cars are parked. So and then we'll see what I'm going to do with the upstairs. I haven't committed to anything. I got a lot of ideas what I'm going to do up there, but I haven't committed to any of them. And I have the opportunity, because it's so much room up there, I can even do half and half. I could do a bedroom and still have plenty of room for a airplane room and a utility room for the hot water heater, and maybe a washer and dryer. I haven't decided on that yet either. But yeah, we're got a lot going on there, so we'll see. But right now I'm working on the floor. So since I'm on that subject, let's finish up with that. So this is the flooring I'm putting in. This is a laminate. I think it's got a 30-year warranty. It's a walnut, uh, tusk walnut they call it. And this is just a short piece. The one I cut. Um, it's a tongue and groove snapped together. Yeah, that's the color. It just got that nice reddish tint to it. That's more accurate. Um, but yeah, so it's and it has this that tongue and groove setup on it. There's the corner there. So it just snaps together. This is waterproof flooring, not water resistant. This is waterproof, and it's got it. The backing is already on it, so I don't have to put a pad down or any of that nonsense. This white pad, the pad's already attached to the wood, so you just snap it together. You put it together and put it down. It's pretty simple. So so that's going to be the flooring upstairs. I already showed you what it looks like, bare wood, just the OSB board, and now that I've got 5 boxes of this laid so far. It's going to take 28 boxes to finish it, and I've got 5 boxes down so far. Waiting for the blue tape Santa. Oh, the blue tape must be well, it could be a Hobby King because they use blue tape, but so does Free Wing. So Wiggs, what are you getting? A Free Wing plane or a Hobby King plane? What are you getting? Yeah, well, I did yeah, motion Free Wing. Yeah. Well, sorry about that. Not a Free Wing. I'm not a Free Wing guy, but anyway. The I did a pergo floor in my old house before I moved here. I did a full pergo, which was a glue together floor. This was probably 20 years ago. Um, I glued it together, and I had a pad down, and I didn't have any problems with the pad. You rolled it out, it just laid down pretty good, and then you just laid the stuff on top of it. Had to use these special straps, which I still have around here somewhere, and you put glue on the all the edges, and you ratchet it together, and then take a damp sponge and wipe off the excess glue. And yeah, it took a little longer to lay it that way, but it came out beautiful. And I did it with the furniture still in the house. I just kind of moved it all over to one area, and I laid all the wood in this area, and then I moved it back over on top of the wood that's already laid and continued on. And it worked out pretty good. We didn't have much trouble at all. It came out beautiful. Didn't have any problems, no mistakes. The floor looked fantastic when I was done. This is not Pergo. It's a lot cheaper. Listen, this is my man cave. It's not my residence or anything, so I'm not going to put high dollar. But it's got a good warranty. It's supposed to be non-scuff and everything. It's got that protection layer on the top. Basically, it's built just like Pergo. It might not be quite the quality of Pergo, but it'll be good enough. And I like the color. It's only $1.99 a square foot. So that was, I wanted to keep the price down. I'm not trying to spend a fortune on this place. So yeah, $1.99 square foot for waterproof laminate. Not, it's going to go with vinyl at first. It's only 20 cents cheaper, and I didn't think the vinyl would hold up for furniture dragging on it kind of stuff. So I decided to go with the laminate. So anyway, that's what I decided on, and I like the color. It's nice looking. Oh, there's 12 of us in here now. Good job, guys. Welcome, Victor. What's up? Got Wiggs and Victor and Eric. We got Michael and Michael. We got who else we got in here? Wild Bill. Anyway, thank you guys. Glad you're here. So just to recap quickly, just sanding on my buddy's Chrysler 300 SRT8 3D printed car I'm making for him, and it's just coming out really good. A couple coats of primer, and then I'm sanding it out, and it's coming out perfect. It's smooth as a baby's ass. It's really nice. So that's going to work out good. And then we did the laminate floor, and here's the floor I'm putting in. I'll show it to you guys again for you guys just got here. So this is it's called Tusk Walnut, and this is just a piece I cut. It'll be an end piece. It's usable, and really pretty floor. I'm really happy with this. So that's what's going down over the OSB board that you guys already saw. I showed that last week. The whole area with the OSB down. So this is going on top of the OSB, and I've got 5 cases of it down already. And then we were talking about airplanes. So I bought the from Hobby King. I bought the T-28 again, another one that has the it's the Air Force anniversary. It's red. It's blue and white with gold striping on it. Real pretty airplane. It's a 1100 size. It's the same one that Arrows sells. It's the same mold. It has a few extra. It has an air brake on the bottom. It has lights. It's got flaps, retracts, all that. Which is some of that stuff. I don't think the Arrows one. Yeah, it doesn't have lights. It doesn't have the air brake, but everything's the same. The canopies are interchangeable. The cowls are not the same, but they are interchangeable. What I mean by that is the cowling on the Arrows plane has got way more detail on it, and it's a little longer. So the engine, the dummy radial engine, is more 3D. It's deeper, more detail to it. Much nicer looking cowl. So I bought an extra Arrows cowl to put on that plane if I get the opportunity to paint it to match. We'll see how that goes. But I bought a second one anyway because I really love that airplane. And then from Horizon, I bought the Decathlon because it's on sale. That was on sale, $30 off, I think it was, something like that, 36. I bought the Decathlon from Horizon because it's $100 off, and that's good till the 27th, I believe. So they have an end of summer sale going on right now, and there's some good deals there. But that's the one I wanted. I've been wanting that plane since they came out with it, but I didn't want to spend $300 for it. I didn't think it was worth $300. But I think it's worth $200. So they discounted it $100, and I bought it. So it's $199.99 right now, and so I bought it. So I've got that coming. And then the third plane I bought, which I haven't mentioned yet, is from Hobby Zone, the Husky, the 1800 millimeter Husky, is also $100 off. So normally $389, it's $289. And I've been wanting that plane for a long time. I was going to buy the 4-cell version. That's red, black, and white, and the 6-cell version is orange, black, and white. And I was going to buy the blue version because it was cheaper, and I don't think I need 6S on a, it's a puddle jumper basically. It's a Cub. The Husky's another version of a Cub. But they had it on for, actually it was cheaper than the 4-cell version on sale, $100 off. So I just pulled the trigger and bought it. So that's coming. Pretty excited about that plane. I've been wanting that plane for a long time, and never got the opportunity to buy it just because I didn't want to spend that kind of money. But at $289, I think that was a really good deal. It's a really big, beautiful airplane. And so I'm really looking forward to that one. I think I'll have a lot of fun, flying that one around. Um, yeah, I knew the motor and I knew the motor and ESC were different. I didn't know they had to reinforce the tail. What was wrong with the tail? I didn't hear anything about that. But yeah, I knew the motor and ESC were different. Listen, I'm going to be flying it around at half throttle all the time anyway, which is going to be the same speed it would have been in the 4-cell version. So it's that was not a consideration. I didn't care. Um, yeah, Hobby King's got some good deals. That's why, like I said, I bought my another one of my T28s because I really like that one. They had some surface stuff on sale, which is unusual because Hobby King doesn't have a lot of surface stuff, but they had some surface stuff on sale. Um, I went to Banana Hobbies and they've got some stuff on sale. Hey, they've got my L39 on sale again at $199, guys. I'm telling you, for a 6S full, all aluminum trailing arm retracts, flaps, lights, 6S, for under $200. You can't go wrong with that jet. It's a fantastic jet. It really is. I have 3 of them now. I just bought another one. Well, I say used. It was brand new in the box that one of the guys bought, and he's not going to fly it, so he sold it to me. So so now I have 3 of them, and it's a wonderful flying airplane. Really, really nice. It doesn't come with a gyro. It really doesn't need a gyro, but if you're timid with flying with something as fast as a jet, because all jets fly pretty fast, then throw a gyro in it. It'll be fantastic. But yeah, really nice airplane. For $199, it's the best bang in a jet for the buck by far. So I highly recommend that. So go to Banana Hobbies and get that L39. It's a 64 millimeter, and I'll tell you exactly what battery to buy because Hobby King sells a battery for $34, I think it is. That's the perfect size for the airplane. It fits right in it. It'll fly 9 minutes on that battery. It's a 2650 6S that comes with an XT60 connector, which is what you need in that airplane. So it's got the right connector on it. It's the right size. It fits right in the plane, and it flies for 9 minutes with no problem with that battery. So fantastic combo right there. Cheap airplane with a cheap battery. So if you want to get into jets, I highly recommend that one. All right, Shadow. We'll see you later, man. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. It's always good to see you, buddy. So that's all the airplanes. Do I have a 3-bladed prop on? I have a 3-bladed prop on all my T28s. Yes, I have a. Well, I take that back. If you're talking about the big Carbon Z T28, no, I do not have a 3-bladed prop on it, but I'm going to put one on it. I've been trying to find. I don't want just a 3-bladed prop on it. I want a paddle prop. And what I mean by that, the paddle prop has a square tip. It's not, football shaped or rounded. It's squared off. It's a flat square tip, and they call that a paddle prop, and that's what goes on a T28. And I haven't honestly been looking for that yet aggressively. I did find it's very expensive. It's almost $100 prop to get it. So I was looking for something a little more cost effective. I'll let you know, Lewis, when I figure it out. I haven't figured out what prop I'm going to use yet, but when I figure it out, I'll let you know. I haven't been actively right now. I've been way too busy to do anything with airplanes, so I haven't I've flown mine recently, but I actually crashed one of them. I got a little overzealous, I guess. I don't know. It was my fault. It wasn't a radio hit or anything. I flew out the far end of our field, and Lewis knows what I'm talking about, where you come in. We have a little cut tree path where you fly out through the trees. and I was a little too low when I went through there, and I was fine. I made it through there okay, but I banked to the right to circle around to the left, and there's a tree out of sight behind the trees in front here that I went past that you can't see, and I've done this a million times, but this particular time I was a little too low. So I hit the tree that's out of sight, and I heard it hit the tree, and I knew exactly what I had done, and I knew exactly where the plane was. So it didn't take us 5 seconds to find the airplane. But we had to drive out in the field, and I had to jump over a creek, and I fell in the creek, so I got all wet. But I got the plane back, and it's fine. I mean, it needs a little, going to need some Gorilla Glue. We're going to have to do some Gorilla Glue repair on it, but it's fine. It'll repair perfect. And honestly, this is the one that I bought that was already damaged when I bought it, and I, steamed it all back close to right, but it was never really right. So my intention was always to make it right and then put a different paint scheme on it. And the paint scheme I want to put on it is the, I can't remember his name now. Let me look it up real quick. I don't want to get this wrong. Brian Scholes. Okay. So Brian Scholes is a famous SR-71 pilot. And he tells this wonderful story. If you haven't watched it, he's done it like 6 different times. And every time he does it better. So the one I like best is he's wearing this red, white, and blue flag shirt. And he's at a podium. And it's about an hour-long story. And it's a wonderful story. It's very funny. And he talks about how he crashed his jet. Now that's what he says. He says, yeah, they don't like it when you crash your jet, so you generally want it back in one piece, and I didn't do that. I didn't bring the jet back with me, and he makes jokes about it. Well, come to find out through a very good source, he wasn't flying a jet when he crashed in the jungle. He was flying a T-28. A ground attack version, so it had rockets and bombs on it and stuff. And that's what he crashed. He didn't crash a jet. He tells the story and says he crashed a jet, but he didn't crash a jet. So I'm not holding that against him or anything, but when I found out the truth, I decided that I was going to paint my T-28 the scheme of Brian's when he went down. And there's pictures of it on the internet. So if you just look up Scholes, I think it's S-H-U-Z or L. It's hang on a minute. S-H-U-L-Z. Yeah, if you look that up, you'll find it's S-H-U-L. There's no Z. Scholl. S-H-U-L. Brian Scholl. If you look it up, T-28, it's a camo, brown tan camo painted T-28. And that's what he was flying when he went down in the jungle, and the plane was on fire, and they had to rescue him out of the fire, and his face is all deformed from the fire, and he's had multiple operations. He recently died. It was like a year or two ago he died. He actually died on stage. He was doing one of his shows, and he finished the show, and I guess as he was walking off the stage, I think he had a heart attack and died right there on the stage as he was exiting the show. So I was really sorry to hear that because I really wanted to meet him. And he's got these wonderful books, and I hope I can still get one. I don't know if they're going to continue on with it after his death or not, but I hope they do. Anyway, so that's when I fixed this plane. The damage is not that bad. The tree the branch I hit took a chunk out of one of the wings. Not a big deal. Honestly, I could have put it right back in the air. The chunk that's missing out of the wing would not have affected its flyability. It would have flown fine. So it's not that bad. But I'm going to fix it, and I'm going to clean it all up, and then I'm going to put Brian's paint scheme on it. And then I'll have a yellow one, a red and white one, and then a Brian Scholl paint scheme one. And then we'll go from there. And then I probably am going to do, I'll probably end up buying another one of those, and probably do that Air Force 50th anniversary Air Force scheme on one, because that would look awesome on the big Carbon Z. So that's kind of my plans with those planes. But I still have two flyable ones. My red and white one's flyable, and my other yellow one's flyable. So not a big deal. Anyway, so that's where we are with those. So let's see what else is going on in the automotive end of my little saga here. I bought another car. Oh my God, I'm up to 15 cars now, guys. 15 cars, 2 motorcycles, and a truck. So I think I told you this story a little bit last week about my friend at the church whose car blew up, and she thought it blew up, and all of her friends told her it was blown up. And I went over there and I checked the oil, and there was no water in the oil, and the oil was good. It had been recently changed, so they've been keeping up on the oil changes. I was first saying I want to make sure, that it was just not out of oil or something, and that's why it blew up. And then after I checked that and everything was good there, I cranked it, and it cranked over. It wouldn't start, but it was cranking, and it was a nice even cranking, which is usually the sign of a compression problem in one of the cylinders, either no compression or too much compression, like you're trying to compress water. But it just cranked over fine. So I thought, okay, well, there's nothing mechanically wrong in the bottom end of the motor, so she didn't blow it up. So, but she probably blew the head gasket, because that's very common on any of these aluminum head race cars. Or you overheat them once and it warps the head, and then you got to pull the head off and go have it surfaced at a machine shop, and then put it all back together. And she doesn't have money for that. The car's a 98 Camry. It's got, according to the odometer, it has over 600,000 miles on it. Now, I don't believe that for a minute, that this car went 600,000 miles, but that's what the odometer says. My guess is that the odometer broke in her car that she got from somebody else, and that guy or the guy before him had to change the speedometer unit, the cluster, instrument cluster, and it already had 300,000 miles. I don't know, but I seriously doubt that the car's got 600,000 miles on it. But anyway, so I did a test, and yep, the head gasket's blown. So when I used to work at AutoZone, there's a car lot right down the street, right across from the church that I go to, which is right down the street from my house here. It's half a mile down the road. This guy used to order this, head gasket sealer called Blue Devil 2-3 times a week. I think every car in his lot's got a blown head gasket. And he fixes every one of them with the same stuff, because he's still in business. I left AutoZone in 2018. So he's still in business. Well, if he was selling cars that keep blowing up, people wouldn't keep buying cars from him. He'd be out of business. Well, he's still in business, so it must work. And not the right way to fix it, I realize that. But when you don't have any money, and my friend doesn't have any money, she's broke. I tried to do the best I could to fix the whole car for her as cheaply as I could. So I put plugs, wires, coolant, and 2 bottles of this 2 different brands of the head gasket sealer, and it worked. So it's just under $300 for everything. No labor charge. I just did it for free. And I just gave her back the car today. The car runs like a Swiss watch. It's amazing how good it runs. It just purrs. And I did a bunch of others. I did her air in her tires. I topped off her air conditioning. I adjusted her headlights. They were pointed at the road right in front of the car. You couldn't see anything at night driving down the road. So I re-aimed her headlights, and I kind of fixed it all up for her. And I think I know she's super happy that she got her car back, because she was looking at having to get a replacement car, and then owing somebody money for months, because the most she can afford is $100 a month. So anyway, I had bought 2 cars as backups for her. The first one was another Dodge Charger, just an RT black. It was really a red car. They painted black. And it ran, but it didn't run very good. But I only paid $1,200 for it. And the rest of the car's in really good. The interior's in great shape. The body's in great shape. It's not all dented up or anything. It's got a cheap paint job on it, but it looks okay. I mean, it's not a bad looking car at all. And but it doesn't run right. So I did a tune-up on it. I put plugs in it, which are 16 spark plugs. It's a Hemi, and there's 2 plugs per cylinder, so 16 spark plugs. Runs better, but still not right. Don't know what's wrong with it yet. I haven't played with it that much. I've been too busy fixing her car than worry about screwing with that one. But in the meantime, another car came up, and I just bought that one about 3 days ago. It was a 04 Cadillac CTS, and it's in wonderful shape. The body's straight, no dents. It's got a little paint work here or there, no big deal. And the interior's beautiful, really nice inside. Everything works, cold air. He's just put a ton of money into it, he replaced the radiator and the condenser and the battery, and I think he had the transmission rebuilt. So he's had the car for a long time. He bought it for his daughter, and he's a car guy. I actually know this guy. When I got there, I looked at him. I said, "Hey, I know you. We go to car shows together." And he didn't remember me until I pointed out one of the shows I was at, and then he remembered that. Anyway, he bought the car for his daughter, and she was driving it till she went to college, and she doesn't need the car anymore. So he sold the car, and I got it really cheap. And that car runs. The only thing I have to fix on that car is the radio. The radio comes on, but it doesn't. There's no sound coming out of the speakers. So I don't know if it's unplugged behind the dash, or if the output of the radio just doesn't have any output sound, or if the speakers are all bad. I have no idea. I haven't looked into that yet. But the car runs perfect, cold air, everything works. It's in great shape. So if the fix I did on her car doesn't work out, this is her backup. I'm going to put her in the Cadillac, and she'll just have to make some payments, but it's under $2,000, so it was a really good deal. Really nice car. So anyway, so that's where I am with that. That's my latest acquisition in the car end. And I just bought it for as a backup in case the repairs I did, because obviously that wasn't the right way to repair it, but it was the affordable way to repair it for her. If I pulled the head and sent it off to a machine shop, it would probably be a month before I got it back, and it would probably be $150 at least to resurface the head. And then I have to clean everything all up, put all new gaskets on everything, and put it all back together. And, it would have been a pretty expensive ordeal to fix it that way. Versus I only have $140, I think, in we'll just round figures. $150 in repairing the head gasket, and then $150 in tuning it up. The plugs and wires came to about $130, and then a bottle of coolant. So yeah, it's about $150, and then $150 for the 2 cans of block seal. So however you want to break it down, but so I would have still had that $140 in tuning it up, and then whatever, probably $150 for the resurface of the head, and then probably at least $50 in gaskets to reassemble it. So it would have been a lot more money and a lot more time down waiting on the machine shop to get the head done. So this was the quick and easy way to do it, and so far so good. I've been testing it all week, and it's holding up perfect. The car runs cool, runs perfect, run like a Swiss watch. And So super happy with that. And she is too. She loves her little car, and she's really happy she got it back. So we'll see. We're fingers crossed. I told her today when I gave it back to her that, hey, I'm going to keep an eye on it for her. I wanted her, check this and check that, and then bring it by here and let me check some things. I want to make sure we're doing all right and it's good. So, and she lives down the street, so it's not even out of her way. So that worked out. And then if it works out where she doesn't need the Cadillac, I'm going to put a little money in it and sell it for 3 times what I paid for it, because it's definitely worth that kind of money. I'm going to put some new headlights in it because they're all faded and fogged, and I'm going to fix the radio. And there's 2 bushings in the back where the differential mounts. It's a rear-wheel drive car. And if you get on the gas hard, like off on, it'll clunk because the bushings are letting the rear end move too much. So I got to put a couple bushings back there. Not a big deal. And so I'm going to fix that all up and sell it. And I know I'll make some good money on that one because I didn't pay shit for it. So I got a good deal on it. So that's my plan with that one. The black RT, if I get it fixed and running good, I'm going to sell that one too. And if not, I'm going to part it out. I'm just going to put up on Marketplace doors, hood, trunk lid, seats, and I'll just sell it off in pieces, and I'll triple my money on that car. And then let's see what's left. What's going on? 4-post lift. I'm gonna go get that next week. I've got the situation here where I can get it in the floor now. So, well, I'm not exactly there, but I will be by next week. So I have 6 sheets of plywood on the floor I got to move, and I was just going to go ahead and build one of the walls I need to build anyway, and put the plywood on the wall and put the wall up, and that only leaves 2 sheets left that I have to do something with. So I can build a couple walls, get those sheets mounted and up out of the way, and then the floor is completely clear for me to move there's an Impala in the garage. I got to move it over a little bit. Just going to put a floor jack under it, jack it up, and slide it sideways, and that'll make perfect room for where the lift's going to go. And so now I'm going to go get my 4-post lift and bring it home and put it up. So that's pretty much it, guys. That's where I'm at. That's all that's going on in my life right now. Bought 3 airplanes, bought a car, finishing up the floor, fixed a car for a friend, printed a 3D printed car, and a 3D printed. I know I showed you the Bigfoot trophies coming up in October. I still have to print the bases. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but the files all got corrupt, and I can't get the files. So I'll have to, it's not a big deal. I have the original STL file. I'll just have to create a new G code file to print them off of. So I haven't done that yet. They're actually the 2 laptops that they're on. One's right there, and the other one's over there. And I just have to, probably tonight when I close the show, I'll open those up and create the file I need, and then go ahead and start a print on that printer over there and let that print. And then tomorrow I'll do it again. And in a couple of days, I'll have all the pedestals, which is this. I have to print these in black. So that's what I'm waiting to do. Because the Bigfoot sits on this perfect. Just like that. So that's going to be the Bigfoot trophies, guys, if any of you are going to Bigfoot. So I just have to print these in black, and then Scott's going to put some kind of a plaque on here. But yeah, these look pretty cool. So Scott was excited. I already sent Scott a picture of one done because I had one black one already. So I put the Bigfoot on it and sent him a picture, and he really loved it. So that's what's going on there. All right. So what are you guys up to? Nobody's talking. The Lewis was the last one to say something. So are you guys watching the NASCAR race? You watching the football game? Are you in Spencer's Zoom? I assume Spencer's zooming right now. Um, I'm not positive of that, but I'm betting he is. Um, so yeah, I'm looking at Brian's T28. That's not it. Wow, that looks really cool. Damn. I don't think I can show you this. So my J65 business jet from Banana. It's a, I believe it's an X-wide plane, isn't it? I believe it is. Um, it's I got a picture of one here in green, like lime green. God, that really looks good. I'm really surprised to say that because you wouldn't think, a business jet would look good in green, but this really looks cool. Wow, very very cool. Let me. I'm trying to. Let me see if I can import this in here. Hang on a minute. It hasn't worked in the past. For some reason on this computer it doesn't work. On the other computer it does. But let me see if I can import this image here. All right, and then let's see here. Yeah, it just comes in as a white block. It won't let me see it. I don't know why this does. It's the same version of the software. I've never updated the software. But on the other computer, oh, I know why. I think I know why. Hang on a minute. Let me go into settings. I think I have to change the setting. And then I think it'll work. It's actually a setting on the computer, not on the. Let me make all these small for a second here. Um, we'll go to control panel, and then we got to go to. Maybe not. Do I just have to go to settings? Yeah, let me just try settings. Actually, no. I think it's under device. I think it's under the device manager. Hang on a minute. Let's go here. All right, let's go devices. No, darn it. Forget where I went to find the did. I had to adjust this on the other computer. All right. Now, well, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. I'm not gonna press buttons. Relax. I'm not gonna screw it up. Relax. I'm not pressing any buttons. We're good. Fred, what's up? How you doing, man? You were talking to your ex. Oh my God. What the hell were you doing that for? What are you working on, Wiggs? You know, inquiring minds want to know what's going on. What are you working on? So, were you working today, Fred? Why'd you get here so late? What were you doing? How come you're so late getting here? You're such a workaholic. It wouldn't surprise me if you weren't working today. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. It's really weird. The P-38. Oh yeah, is that a? Don't wait. Don't tell me it was a. It was a flight line P-38. Correct. Yeah. How did I know that? uh, yeah. Yeah. I totally get it, Wiggs. You know the I'm just playing with my 300 here a little bit while we're talking. I'm just seeing how this is coming out. I had some layer shift issues in the print. Honestly, it was because I opened the damn door, and this is PLA. It's not supposed to affect, temperature's not supposed to affect PLA, but it sure as hell did. So I got a layer shift when I opened the door, and now I'm got to bury it in primer and sand it out. I'll show you here in a second what it is. So let me go here so I can see what I'm doing. All right, so well, let me do it this way. All right, so right there on the hood. Okay, the first line, the car was sitting in this position when it was printing. Okay, the first line closest to the windshield, that straight line where the light gray is, that's when I opened the door, and it shifted a layer and got thinner or far, it was recessed from the rest of the hood. And then the second line up, where you can see it, the hard line is at the bottom, so there's that stripe in the middle. That's when I closed the door. So for that open area that it recessed down low was while I had the door open. And when I closed the door, it went back, and so now I have that little stripe of dark gray in the middle of the light gray because that's lower. And but it's working fine. This is sanding out beautiful. So that really surprised me. I couldn't believe it did that. I opened the door because it's PLA. Hey, they say temperature's not critical on PLA, so I'm like, well, it'll be fine. I don't have to worry about this. It'll be fine. No, definitely screwed it up. So, but that's okay because I got to paint it anyway. So we're gonna just sand all the imperfections out of it, and it's gonna be this thing's gonna look cool as shit when it's done. It's got all the SRT8 detail on it, which makes this so cool looking because they've got everything on it. It makes a SRT8 Chrysler 300 look cool. So all the good stuff that you need on it to make it look right is on it. And so all I had to do is spend a little time smoothing it, which is no big deal. And I really don't even have to spend that much time. I'm just being anal because it's going to be silver. So silver is not going to show. Yeah. If the car was black, yeah, this stuff would show up, but the car is going to be silver. So the layer lines aren't going to show at all. So, but anyway, yeah, it's coming out. It's coming out really good. This is going to be a beautiful car when I'm done. So, Roach Coach, what's up? Good to see you, man. Got a lot of Michaels in here tonight. Yeah, of course, Wiggs. It's got to be right. Are you still flying that thing on 2 battery packs? 2 4-cell packs? God, I hope you're not. Yeah, famous last words. Oh, that's the other thing. I fixed my lawnmower. I forgot about that. Yeah, I had listen, the mower's 11 years old. It's a Husqvarna zero turn MZ61. So it's a 61-inch cutting deck. We bought it here when we moved to this property because the mower I had was a Craftsman 54-inch cut rider that only went about 6 miles an hour. And it took all week to cut the grass, literally. By the time I got to the other end of the property, I needed to start over cutting again. It was ridiculous. So right after we moved in here, we bought a zero turn, this Husqvarna mower, and now I can do the whole property in 3 to 5 hours, depending on how long I let the grass get before I cut it again. If I cut it every week, I can cut it in 3 hours, the whole property, 3 acres. If I let it go 2 weeks, then it takes about 5 hours. I have to slow down a little bit because the grass is a little taller. But super does a great job. Love this mower. Well, one of the idler pulleys broke. The bearing uh, disintegrated. So I ordered some pulleys and I put one on. I should have replaced all three, but I decided, you know what? If these other ones are going to last a little longer, I'm going to let them last a little longer, and I'll save the other two pulleys for, when they fail. So the mower's working perfect again, and I cut all the grass. I haven't cut the grass. This is the first time I cut the grass this year. All right, we're already into August, and I haven't cut the grass here yet. So I finished it today, as a matter of fact. No, I take that back. I finished it yesterday. Thank God, because it's been raining all day today. It's been raining. So, yeah, I had about another 30 minutes of cutting to do yesterday that I didn't get done the day before. So the whole property's cut, and it looks great. And I won't have to cut it again for 2 weeks. So that was good because the mower's been down. I did a full service on the mower. I had to change the fluid in the drive units. It's got those two hydraulic drive units that make it zero turn, and both of them were full of oil or full of water because they've got a reservoir tank on the back of the mower behind the seat that holds the oil for those drive units, and they crack. And it's taken forever to get one because they're always out of stock. I keep going to all these different mower places and trying to order that damn tank, and out of stock. So finally got one. So I redid the oil, put 2 new filters on it, new oil, that new tank, new blades, put new blades on it, greased it, made an adjustment on one of the wheels, and it's working great. Love the mower. And so that was part of the reason and then that one pulley failed. So I started cutting the grass, and I only got about halfway through one section, and the pulley broke. So it was down again until I could order the pulley and fix it. And so now it's finally done, and I got the whole place cut. So that's the official full cut for the whole year. $35,000 lawnmower? No, actually, I bought this mower for $4,999. It was just a dollar under $5,000. It was that was 11 years ago. And it's got a Kawasaki motor on it, and it just runs like a Swiss watch. It's the whole mower has been fantastic, really. I've only had a couple of minor little tweaks, the self adjuster got stuck. Even though I've been greasing, it got stuck anyways. I just had to break it loose, which took almost no effort. I mean, all I had to do was get a wrench on it and kind of pull on it a little bit, and it immediately popped loose. And then I just worked it back and forth a little bit, and it's been fine ever since. I can't remember. I think there was a return spring on the choke that's gone. So I have a tie wrap holding the choke closed. So when I start it cold, I just take the tie wrap off, manually choke it, start it, and then close the choke or open the choke back up, and the tie wrap slides back over and holds it there, and that's fine. And once it warms up, I don't have to choke it again. So once it starts for the day, it's good all day. And that's pretty much it with the mower. The mower's been fantastic since that. I haven't had to replace any tires, bearings, wheels, just that one pulley and that tank. Well, and then I did a service, of course, the filters and oil, but so yeah, I'm super happy with the mower. It's been great. Yeah, my friend has a Kubota zero turn where I used to fly. The field we used to fly in, that was the neighbor's field that we had access to, and we lost it because the guy sold the house, and the new guy that owns the house doesn't want us flying over there. So, but he had a Kubota. So yeah, I used to cut the grass over there using his Kubota. I honestly didn't see any difference in them. They're both very good quality mowers. His Kubota is a nice one. My Husqvarna is a nice one. They both did a great job. No problems at all. So yeah, um, that was probably the best investment I made once I bought this property because I needed a mower that could mow, and the Craftsman mower I had that I used to cut my old property with, which was only like a quarter of an acre, um, did fine. You know, it took an hour, hour and a half to cut a quarter acre, but here 3 acres, it just couldn't handle it. It's just running the mower too long, too hard. Just didn't like it, and couldn't. It took forever to cut the grass. I still have the mower. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I think I'm just gonna maybe change the gear ratio in it and just use it as a tractor around the property to tow a cart, for picking up tree branches and stuff like that. I'm never going to use it for a mower again, but I might use it for something else. So it's still here. I haven't done anything else with it. Um, what were you doing with an excavator that you broke two of them? What the hell were you doing? Holy shit! Oh, can't wait to see that one, Michael. Yeah, I think you and I are the only two that have those Vipers. I tried to buy another one. Uh, General Hobbies had them on sale. They acquired all three colors: the yellow, the red, and the green. And I tried to buy one, and they'd sold out of it already. But yeah, I was I couldn't believe I found them on General Hobbies. I don't know where he got them, and he had two. He had both versions. He had a plug and play, and I guess a ARF. All three colors, all in both configurations. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. So, oh, I got you. So I guess would you break a hydraulic line or something trying to dig the tree stump out of the ground? I do too. I agree with you 100%, Michael. That's the best flying Viper anybody made. It really is. That plane flies amazing. I love that airplane. Um, I was going to repower it so it would fly easier, faster, because the fan unit that's in it works fine, but it could be better. I think the Viper, the new Horizon Viper motor fan combo is the best. I can fly the new Viper for 99 minutes easy on a 5,000 pack. So it's got plenty of speed and thrust. It's really really good. Um, which EDF did you put in yours? Ooh, cracked a hard pipe. Ooh, not good. Wow. Yeah. So depending on how this goes with the new trailer coming in, I might be buying an excavator to tear down the old trailer. Um, the setup out of the F-22, the Motion RC F-22, the free wing one, is that the one or one of the Banana Hobby F-22s? Yeah, there's a couple of 90 millimeter planes that I think I'm going to pull. I'm going to buy that fan and motor combo from the Horizon Viper and put it in because man, that is the sweetest flying. You know, as far as battery life, it's so easy on battery. It's amazing. If you can fly that thing at near 100 mile an hour and you're only at, 3/4 throttle and get a 9-minute flight out of it. It's amazing. So I really, my biggest thing, guys, it's not the speed or any of that. It's battery. How hard is the plane on a battery? Because jets are hard on batteries, and the harder the jet is on a battery, the more often you have to buy another battery. And I just can't afford to keep buying batteries. It's the jets kill batteries. So when you can get a very efficient power plant, fan motor combo that doesn't kill your batteries, that's the winning combo there. So, and then you put that same combo in other jets and get the same results, or close to it, depending on how aerodynamic the jet is. But most jets are pretty aerodynamic, so that's not usually the problem. Yeah, that makes all the difference. So basically, guys, I don't buy batteries for prop planes anymore. I just buy batteries to replace jet batteries that have gotten weak, because that battery will run a prop plane for 5 more years. Once it won't fly a jet anymore, you can use it in a prop plane forever. It works fine. It's just the load on a jet, the motor on a jet is really, really hard, and it really hurts the batteries. So, I get about 8 months, maybe or a year, depending on how much I'm flying that jet. But that's about all I get out of a battery on a jet, and then I have to replace it, and then I requisition that battery to a prop plane after that, and it works fine in a prop plane. It just won't fly the jet anymore. So, yeah, I don't have any of the 70 millimeter ones, but I think the new one, when they come out with the orange 70 millimeter Viper, I believe that's a similar combination of, they've got the right motor with the right fan to get that awesome low load, great flying combo, and that's what you need. And once you have that, it's just wonderful. Aries, is that a new jet, Wiggs? How rough the Aries is on battery? Is that a new airplane I don't know about? Which one's that? Oh, the gray, white, and blue was the old one. Um, they updated it about a year ago, maybe, when they came out with the smart technology, and now it's gray, white, and orange instead of. And I think the orange looks way better than the blue, personally. I never liked the blue one, but boy, I love the orange one. I didn't buy the 70 version one though. I bought the 90. Um, oh, Free Wing 90. Oh yeah, I knew they had that one called Zeus. I didn't know there was another one. There's Aries. Oh, that's interesting. I have to go look that one up. Um, yeah, I fell in love when I never really liked the blue one. I was like, yeah, it's okay, but I never bought it because I didn't like it that much. And then they came out with it in orange, and I was like, oh wow, that looks fantastic. God, I love that. So I almost pulled the trigger on the 70 millimeter one, and then they came out with the 90 millimeter one with the orange, and I was like, okay. I saw one fly, and I really was impressed with how it flew. And then, of course, they put it on sale, $100 off. You know me with sales. So as soon as they had that jet on sale, $100 off, I'm in. So I bought it. And I love it. The only thing I did to it, and they happen to be in the drawer here, I cut the winglets off. Okay, I didn't take them off because I wanted the covers. So these are attached to the wingtip covers, the covers that cover up your lights. Okay, and they you put them on and slide them back. They lock in place. You stick them on, slide them back, and they lock in place. Well, I wanted the covers, but I didn't want the winglets. And I'll tell you why. I think it looks great with the winglets. That wasn't the issue. It looks cool. But the plane does this kind of wobbly thingy. It's not, doesn't make it any harder to fly. It doesn't affect flying other than it looks funny. You know, you come across and the plane's doing this tail wag, and it just looks funny. And they all do it, you know, because there were two other guys at the field flying the same day I was flying mine. We're all flying ours, and we're all flying with the wingtips, and we're all got the waggle. And I had read on the internet that if you take the winglets off, it won't do that. So I took mine off to test it, and sure enough, it didn't do it. They were right. If you take these off, it doesn't do the waggle. So I'm flying mine without the wingtips, and they noticed it too, because they came over and asked me and said, "Your plane's not doing that tail wag. Why?" And I said, "The winglets. I read on the line that the winglets are what's causing that, and if you take them off, it stops." So I took mine off, and it stopped. So they were right. What's up, Craig? What's going on, man? How you doing? So yeah. So I decided to just cut them off. So I cut them off, and then I sanded it nice and smooth, so they don't. The actual covers that cover the wingtip, you can't tell that this used to be on it because I sanded it nice and smooth and rounded it all off real nice, and so they look perfect. And I still have my clear plastic covers over the lights, but no winglets, and that cured the waggle. I think it looks cool with the winglets on it. I wish it didn't waggle with them on there. I'd be fine. I'd leave them on, but and the reason I did it that way too, guys, is I can always buy a new set of winglets that'll still have the cover complete. So if I ever want to put the winglets back on, I can just buy a new replacement set, and I can trade them off. Take my covers off, put the winglets back on. It's super easy to do that. So if I ever decide to want to do that, I can just buy another set of them and put them on. Not a big deal. So I just did it. One of the last videos I did was me flying the Viper, and it was a pretty aggressive flight, just screwing around. It wasn't going for flight time or anything on that one. I was just kind of flying it a bit aggressively, low to the ground. So if you haven't gone and watched that video, go check it out. It's a pretty good video. It's a good flying jet. I gotta say, it flies good. It's got good flight times. It's not near as pretty as Michael and I's Taft Hobby jet. That's the prettiest one. That's the most accurate one. If you go look at the real Viper that was on Aviation magazine, I don't know, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, it was a while ago. It's a bronze color, bronze and black, and it was the company that made the original Viper. And the ones that we have from Taft Hobbies look exactly like that one. They're not fat like these. All the other Vipers now are fatter, and this one's more streamlined, skinnier. It's more accurate. It looks exactly like the original Viper that company made. So, and I just saw it. Somebody just put a video up, short. I just went on YouTube, and there was a short video on the real one, not the model, the real one. I didn't watch it, but I saw it and I recognized it because it's that bronze color. And they used to offer it in bronze. I never bought the bronze one. I'm kicking myself for not buying the bronze one. I never really liked the bronze one, but now that I can't get it in bronze, and the original one was bronze, I wish I'd have bought it. I wish I'd have. They even had it on sale because nobody wanted the bronze one. You couldn't sell it. So they had it on sale real cheap, and I still didn't buy it. And I kick myself every day for not buying it. I really wish I'd have bought it, when I had the chance. So maybe somebody will bring it back in bronze. I don't know. We'll see. I suspect maybe. Did you just post it now, Michael? I think Taft Hobbies might have sold the molds to that Viper, and that's why they popped up again. I think somebody else might be building them. I don't know for sure. I'm guessing. But all of a sudden, it's been years since we've seen them, and then JCB, what's up? And then all of a sudden, they were for sale again at I think Banana Hobbies had a bunch of them, and I'm like, really? Oh no, well, yeah, Banana had them, but it was that shit company from China. What the hell's the name of that place? Out, Michael and I both got burned from them, but we got our money back finally. What the hell's the name of that place? Christ, I can't remember the name of it now. God, I cannot think of the name of that stupid place. Banggood, thank you. That was it. Yeah, it's hit or miss with them. You get a good product once, and then the second time they fuck you, and then the fight's on. It's a big chase to try to get your money back. I got my money back, and so did Michael, but it was a fight. It took quite a while of fighting, but we both finally got our money back. And I've never bought from them again. I refuse to buy from Banggood. They're just too unreliable whether they're going to take care of you or not. And I'm just not going to take that chance anymore. So, yeah, ain't been Banggood for you. Yeah. It hasn't been any good. It hasn't been any good to me for years. I can tell you that. That's for sure. I refuse to buy from them. And that's how I feel about Motion RC as well. They used to be I used to buy everything from Motion back when they were selling, all the Flght stuff and the FMS stuff, and then they got their own lines and they were selling all. I bought everything from Motion. I didn't go anywhere else. I bought everything from Motion because their customer service was the best by far, and they used to be second ranked in best hobby shop. Now they're not even in the top 10. And I'm not making that up, guys. Look it up. Years ago, Hobby King wasn't on the list, and Motion was in second place. Of course, Horizon's in first, and then lately, Hobby King was in fourth place, and Motion's not even in the top 10. So that's how far Motion went down the ladder after they changed their business profile. And then they lost my business, and I know they lost thousands of other people too. So it is what it is. But at one point they were in the number 2 spot back in the day when I was buying everything from them. So I don't buy from them anymore either. It's too big a fight when they have a problem. Never used to have a fight at all. They just you call them or send them an email and they just send you the part. There's no questions asked. Their customer service was fantastic. And now you got to send them a video and you got to prove this, and it's just, and then they don't send you, and the quality of the stuff's no good. I recently bought an airplane from a Skynetics, a 3D airplane. It came with a bad servo. They sent me after the fight. They sent me a servo. It took 3 weeks to get a servo, a $3 servo. I put it in the plane, went out and flew it some more, and then another servo failed. And I haven't even fixed it. I just haven't flown it. Just not. I'm not a Motion fan anymore. I used to be the biggest fan, but not for years. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. I got better airplanes to buy from other people. According to your ex-wife, you never did Banggood. Oh, that's too bad. That's the only reason my wife's come back 5 times. Now she's probably going to get online here and make a comment. Because she's probably watching. So she's going to come out here and make some snide comment probably. I wonder how Horizon Hobbies Boo program. What is that? I don't know what that is, JCB. What's the Boo program? I have no idea what that is. Yeah, that's true. There's some of them just like to, beat you down until you die. They're gonna just keep on you until you die. So I don't know. Women. I saw a joke the other day. It was really funny. Um, you guys have probably watched on YouTube I think their name is Michael and Joy. Is that her name? He's always reading her the jokes, and she's got this beautiful smile, and she just gives you these looks and smiles that you watch for, and he tells the story, or he plays the story, and somebody else is telling it. He heard it online, whatever he's doing, and the joke was that um, lesbian marriages have the highest divorce rate of all marriages, period, and then heterosexual marriages are the second highest, and the gay marriages are the least. And he says, you know why? And he says, because in a lesbian marriage, there's two women involved, and in a heterosexual relationship, there's still one woman involved, and and you know what the translation for gay is happy. So I thought that was funny. Yeah, of course you didn't hear that complaint until you were the ex. No elite membership, new program. Oh, I haven't heard about this, but I did notice that my elite uh, perks were different. I no longer had the ability to get 2 day shipping, which I was going to call Joe and ask him about. So yeah, so then there's a new program. No more elite program. Now you have to join this other one. Interesting. Yeah, gay old time. Yeah, I remember that. I never really put that together until just now, but okay, yeah. Oh, 3 levels? Is that what this? Oh, God, really? Well, that's probably going to backfire on them because I more likely, I don't know. I don't know if I'll sign up for this again if they're going to. I don't know if it's going to cost a lot of money to be able the third level 3. I don't know that I'll do it. I don't buy enough airplanes anymore to justify it. So I'll probably use my 30% coming up here on something, and then that'll probably be the end of it for me. Maybe I'll call Joe Monday and ask him what's going on. All right, what the hell's happening? What are you guys doing? How are you screwing this up? Yeah, Philip, you're right. That's the biggest thing everybody cares about is their social media exposure. All right, Michael. We'll see you later, buddy. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping in. It's good to see you there. I'll be looking for your new video. All right. Have a good night. So yeah, I did. I noticed it when I ordered the decathlon that I only got 4 to 6 day shipping instead of my 2-day, and I only got that Smart Post. I couldn't get FedEx home delivery, and I always got that before. I had my choice of either one, Smart Post or FedEx. And this time when I went to order, they didn't offer the FedEx anymore, so I lost that. So I was going to call Joe anyway and ask him about that. So now with this new program I hadn't heard about, I'll definitely be calling him. Oh well, I guess it was good while it lasted. I guess too many people joined the elite membership and they're not making enough money on it, so now they're going to step it up again. It's a shame they can't be happy with the amount of customers they already have. You got to keep pushing the envelope. When I was working at Disney, they did the same thing. They sent out a questionnaire asking all their what do they call them? Season members, or one of those programs you sign up for, you get all these perks and everything. So they sent out a brochure or a questionnaire, and they asked on the questionnaire, how happy you are with this and this services, and how were you treated, blah blah, all that. And then, like, one of the final questions was, if we raised our prices, would you still buy the season ticket? And everybody said yes. So what did they do? They raised the prices, right? I mean, they asked and everybody said yes, so they raised the prices. I used to get bitches on the bus every day. People were bitching at me about how the prices went up, and I said, well, when they asked that question on the brochure, if you would be willing to pay more, did you answer yes? And everybody always says yeah. And I said, well, you got what you said, right? I mean, you said you'd pay more if they raised the prices, so they raised the prices. Why are you complaining? And they all laugh at themselves when I say that. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess I did say I'd pay more, so I guess I got what I said I wanted. I said, well, that's the way I look at it. I mean, if you guys weren't willing to pay more, you shouldn't answer that question that you were, because I already thought prices were high enough. We were just looking at that yesterday, Disney prices. Oh my God. The only way I can afford to go to Disney is if I go back to work for them, because I can't afford to buy a ticket to go to Disney. But if I go back to work for them, I get free tickets. So that's one of the perks you get for working there. And that's still kind of on the table. I still might go back to work for them. I haven't decided yet. I think I'm going to need a little Gorilla Glue on this one. Just a little bit back here. It looks like we're not going to get this. I don't think primer is going to be enough. I'm going to probably have to put a little Gorilla Glue back here to smooth out this rear bumper cover. Bumper cover and the deck lid. Not too bad. So the reason this is so bad, and it's not really that bad, but it's because when you stand it up like this to print it, all the support is stuck to the back of the car, okay? So when you break off the support, it leaves, I'm going to call it a residue, but it's the imperfection of the back of the car where the support was attached. So, and I'll show you what that looks like. Um, so you see the rounding lines around the bumper cover itself, and then on the bottom of the deck lid, not up at the top where the emblem is, but at the bottom is, and it's a lot better than it was. It is sanding out, but I have a feeling it's going to take more than a couple more layers of primer to get it all out. And that's not a big deal because when you display something like this, you're either going to display it in this position or in this position. Like you're never going to show it this way or this way. You're never going to show the back of the car, right? So the back of the car, and that's why I printed it this way, because the back of the car is the least visible piece. And if I have to screw up a surface, I might as well make it the back surface, okay? So there's a little bit of that ringing on the front of the car, but not much. The front of the car looks pretty good, and most of that is going to sand out. Right in the middle of the bumper, you can see that little bit of rounding on the cover there. But that's probably going to sand right out because it's very light. So let me sand that real quick and see if it... So it made it more prominent so you can see it better. So I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay, you see the circle in the cover? So that's what I'm talking about. When it's printing, that's the last part of the print is right there. That's the highest point of the front of the car. So that's the last piece that gets, printed. And it leaves that kind of thing. But this is actually smooth. Even though it's showing, you can see the ringing. When I paint over that, you're not going to be able to see it. It's sanded out. When I run my finger over this, it's perfectly smooth now. So it wasn't, the back is the where it's really bad. This is fine. This is coming out beautiful. So there's going to be either none or almost no trace of that left when I'm done. It's going to just come out really good. So yeah, it's coming out really good. I'm really happy with this. It's smoothing right out. This is, even the hood there is smoothed out now. You can't feel that ridge. And I'm not done. I'm going to keep going with it. So if you fold the sandpaper like this, that gives you a perfect straight edge. You don't need a block of wood. This won't flex over. It won't bend here around. So you can block out the paint if you fold it like this, because that makes it perfectly straight and it won't flex. If you're using the sandpaper flat and smooth, it's going to contour to whatever you're sanding, but it won't in this position. When you do this, it's like using a straight edge or a piece of wood behind it. So you can actually sand out an imperfection just by folding the sandpaper. Of course, it makes the sanding area smaller, but it still works fine. So yeah, it's getting better. Obviously, there's just a little bit of sunkenness right there. So I'm going to keep sanding it till it's gone. I'm going to sand it completely out. Even though it feels perfect, obviously it's not, but it will be. That's the only place it happened, when I opened the door on the hood. The rest of it, the trunk lid's perfect, the roof's perfect. None of that happened anywhere but where I opened the damn door on the hood, and it screwed that up a little bit. Luckily, it's an easy fix, so not too concerned with that. That's an easy fix. It's going to sand right out. So that's coming out pretty cool. Victor, you're back. Did you go? Were you zooming? Oh, Phil, come on. Your kids smoke a lot. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, we got cup holders everywhere in cars now. Back in the day, you know, like the car I just fixed, the '98 um, Camry. There's two or three ashtrays, but there ain't a cup holder anywhere in the car. Oh, wait a minute. No, I take that back. There are two cup holders in the center console. Yeah, that's right. With doors, you can close the cup holder. Yeah, you can cover them up if you want. Yeah, that's true. It does have cup holders. I'm trying to think how far back. Okay, my '93 Cadillac doesn't have any cup holders, but it's got ashtrays on every door. Back doors have ashtrays. The center console, the back of the center console has an ashtray. The dashboard has an ashtray. So there's 6 ashtrays in that car. There's not one cup holder in the car anywhere. But it's got 6 ashtrays. You have a cup holder shaped ashtray in your Mustang. Oh my God. Oh, the air boss is off today. Oh, okay. There you go. Am I going to balance it later? Eh, I think it's balanced. It feels balanced to me. I'm going to go with Ryan's logic here and say that it's never let me down. So I'm not going to balance it because it's never let me down. That's Ryan's answer to balancing a prop. Buy what, Phil? What are you talking about? You guys buy them? Buy what? Ashtrays? Cup holders? What are we talking about? Uh, so 2 things I'm glad to over. I'm glad her car's fixed. So I'm not working on that, and I'm glad the mower's fixed. So I'm not working on that. Now I can concentrate on putting the rest of my floor down. Oh, by the way, back update on the upstairs, the man cave. This is the flooring I'm putting in. It's called Tusk Walnut, and it turns an orange when you get it in the light just right. Hang on a minute, where'd I have it? I think I had it this way. Yeah, there we go. So this is a laminate, and this is what I'm putting down in the apartment upstairs. So I'm laying that right now. I bought 29 boxes, so I had one extra box for repairs. It's going to take 28 boxes to do the job, and I'll have an extra box. And I've got 5 boxes laid so far, so got a long way to go. So I could get back on that. I want to get this wood off the floor so I can get I'm going to get my 4-post lift next week. I just need to go get it. So whatever I got to put on the back burner now or whatever, I got to get that. I got to get my 4-post lift. So The tailgate on my Avalanche truck, which is my beautiful truck, was damaged anyway, but I ruined it. So now I need a new tailgate. And there just happens to be one at a salvage yard, a perfect condition one up in Georgia. And there's a lift, 4-post lift up in Georgia that I save sales tax on if I go there and buy it. There were a couple local ones I was trying to buy that these guys aren't responding to, my inquiries. So apparently they don't want to sell their lifts. So I think I'm going to kill two birds with one stone, drive to Georgia, get my new tailgate on the truck, and then go down the road and pick up my 4-post lift. So that's coming next week. I'm almost positive I'm going to do it next week. I can't put it off any longer. I got to have the lift. I just need it for too many projects that I'm working on. It's just time. Yep, I'm buying a brand new lift. I've looked at a couple of used ones. There were 3 different used ones I was looking at. Yeah, my floor is good enough for that. Yep. When they poured it, I made sure it was thick enough because my intent was to put a lift in. So yeah, I'm good for that. The one guy had a lift for $2,500 that was been in a showroom for 20 years. So the metal lift looked brand new. But 20 years ago, I mean, how good a shape are the hydraulic lines going to be in? Seriously. And I can buy a brand new one with a 3-year warranty for $3,000. So I'm going to save $500 to buy a used one and then have the hydraulic lines leak, and I'm going to have to replace them anyway. It's not worth it, So this company up in Georgia has a nice lift for $3,000. It's got an 8,000-pound capacity. I ain't going to put nothing on there more heavier than 8,000 pounds. So I'm going to go with that one. There was one local here that was a little less money, but by the time I add the taxes, it's going to be more than the one I go to Georgia. Of course, I wouldn't have to drive all the way to Georgia to get it, but since I have to go up there anyway to get the tailgate to my truck, I might as well just do it. So that's the plan. I'm going to call both places next week, probably Monday, and I'm going to even probably pay for them over the phone, and so that they can't sell them out from under me before I get there. And then I'm just going to go up Tuesday or Wednesday, and I'm going to ride all the way up there with no gate on the back of the truck. And then when I get there, we're just going to install the gate I'm buying right then. Just going to put it on. And then we'll go down the road to the place selling lift, which is they're in the same. Well, they're in 2 towns right next to each other by Savannah, Georgia, which is not far into Georgia, so that's not a real far trip for me. I could probably be there in 4 hours, I think, to Savannah. I think I can be there in 4 hours, 5 tops. So that's not too bad. Yeah, another guy had one, same thing, and he had it in his garage, and I think it was 5 or 6 years old, but he said he just had it serviced, and same thing. I think he wanted $2,700 for it, and the only plus to buying it was closer. I wouldn't have to spend a day driving to Georgia and back. But since I have to go get that, and honestly, I probably would have gone for one of these used ones local if I didn't have to go get my tailgate. But since I have to go buy the tailgate anyway, it just makes sense to do them both together. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go buy the tailgate and the lift up there, save the tax, bring it home, put it up, and then I'll be able to work on. There's 2 cars. Well, there's 2 cars that aren't mine that I'm working on that I need the lift for. And once I fix both of those cars and get them out of here, I have 2 cars of my own that I need the lift for. At least 2. Well, there's 2 cars that need work. 2 cars need oil changes. So that lift's going to be used every day, nonstop for a month, probably, because I've got so much stuff to do underneath the car that I've been putting off because I just can't get under a car anymore. It's just too hard to do it on the ground. So I've been, you know, planning the lift from go. When I put the building up, I was always planning on putting a lift in it. That was part of the project. So it already budgeted for it and everything. So Phil, I don't think it's as sketchy as you think. So the guy I just bought this Cadillac from had 4 lifts in his garage, and 2 of them were Chinese lifts, so they didn't go quite as high as the American ones. Um, and they were made out of a smaller tube, the big tube verticals, but they worked fine. He's had no problem with them. So he told me that. He says, "Yeah, I really haven't any problem with them, but they're different. They're obviously smaller in size, and they're shorter. They don't go as high. So, but he says, well, I can't say that I have any problems with it. The only lift he had 4 post lifts and 1 2-post lift. And which one is leaking? The 2-post lift. So we put the Cadillac in the air on the 2-post lift for me to look underneath where we heard the clunking noise, and it had a bad hydraulic line, so it's blowing hydraulic fluid all over the floor while we're lifting the car up. And he's got a towel there, so it's nothing new. He knows it's leaking. He hasn't fixed it. I don't know why. But the 4-post lifts seem to be okay. And he didn't say anything really negative about the Chinese one, other than it was smaller, smaller tubing and smaller and shorter height. It wouldn't go as high. So, yeah, well, it depends on. You're right, Phil. All the ones I've been pricing all been between $2,700 to 5,000, 5,400, something like that. And I've looked at all these different brands. There's one called Phillips, and there's I had already bought one that got shafted on. Of course, I got my money back, but I bought one for a park band. Park band, I think that's what it's called, which is a very popular lift. And the ad said they had 44 of them left over from last year. They're blowing them out to make room for the new lifts. So there were $1,098, almost $1,100, and I immediately I bought it, and literally seconds after I hit the buy button, I called my credit card company and told them what I did, and I told them I suspect this is a scam. I said it could be possible to be true, but I'm more guessing it's a scam. So they said, well, we got to give them time to see if they're going to deliver it. I said, okay. So just wait until we're going to give them 2 weeks. So if you don't get the lift in 2 weeks, call us back. And I said, well, it might take longer than 2 weeks to get it because it's coming from China. So and she said, don't worry, just go ahead and give them 2 weeks and then call us back. So I did, and I told her, yeah, I never got it. I've got a shipping confirmation. The shipping company supposedly has the lift, but or they have the packing list for the lift, but I never got it. So they contacted the company. The company couldn't prove that they shipped it, and I got my money back, and that was over with. So and I took a shot at it because I thought, man, if that is true, I'm getting a park bend for $1,100. That was a really good deal, but it turned out to be too good to be true for sure. And like I said, I expected it immediately, so I had already notified the credit card company that I think this is a scam. Just giving you a heads up, and it was. So, but yeah, so most of the differences I've noticed is whether or not it comes with the casters. so you can move it around. I don't know if you guys know, 4-post lifts you don't have to screw to the floor. You can if you want to, and if you read the definition from all the companies, say, listen, if it'll make you feel better to screw it down, go ahead and screw it down, but you don't need to. It's not going anywhere. The way it's designed, it can't fall over. So don't worry about it. But if that's going to make you feel better, then by all means, go ahead and bolt it to the floor. So they give you a set of casters. Now, some come with the casters and some don't. Sometimes the $2,700 one doesn't come with the casters, and you have to buy those separately, and it's another $100. And then the if you want the hydraulic tray where you can put a hydraulic jack on the tray to jack the car off the tires, the tray's another couple $100, and the jack is $1,000, $1,200. So this is where the price keeps going up. When you keep adding the add-ons, that's when it starts going from $3,000 to $5,000. You start adding but some are included. Like the one I'm getting, the tray, the metal tray for the jack is included, and the casters are included, and 2 plastic drip pans are included. The jack is not included, so I'd have to pay $1,200 or whatever for that. But I have bottle jacks that'll do the job. I don't need that. Mine's coming with the casters. I don't need those. I'm pretty sure some charge you extra for the ramps. That's an additional cost, and some charge you for the block-off plates that fold up so that you can't accidentally drive off the front of the lift. And sometimes those are extra. I don't think those are extra on mine. I have to make sure. I'll look. Yeah, it's. Okay, Phil. So what was it? What hit you in the face? What were you working on? You gotta tell us now, because now we're interested. Yeah, a buddy of mine told me that too. So you want to know the difference between the quality of steel. Here's a perfect way to analyze that without knowing anything. If you get a 4-post lift, for just a generalization, and it says it has an 8,000-pound capacity, and you're comparing it to another 4-post lift that has an 8,000-pound capacity, look at the shipping weight. If it's coming to you in the shipping, it's going to have a shipping weight. Obviously, the lighter shipping weight one is the cheaper made one. And I never thought of it that way, but he's absolutely right. You want the heaviest one of the bunch because it's made out of the heaviest steel of the bunch. So that's one way to, if you're buying something like a 4-post lift, the shipping weight will tell you the story, whether it's cheap Chinese crap steel or good steel. Because if one of them only weighs 1,000 pounds and the other one weighs 3,000 pounds, that's a pretty significant difference. So obviously the 1,000-pound 4-post lift is probably not very strong. Now, not to say it wouldn't hold the weight of the whatever it is. I'm not saying that, but if you want that extra feel good, that this is going to hold up, I'm not going to have a problem, then you want the heavier one. So the shipping weight tells the story. And it was a good way to look at it. I hadn't thought of that, but he's right. That really does kind of tell the story. So, yeah, Phil, what did you get? What were you working on? What the hell broke and hit you in the face? So, any of you guys have any new acquisitions? You guys taking advantage of any of the sales that are on, like I did? The end of summer sale at Horizon's pretty good. Um, Tower had a couple of deals, but nothing earth shattering. I wasn't overly impressed with what Tower had on sale. Um, Banana had some stuff on sale other than my L39 for $199. I didn't see anything that lit me up like it was a great deal, but the $199 for the L39 is a great deal, guys. I highly recommend that jet if you guys want a nice, nice 6S jet. That's a really nice one. It's a little on the small side, but it's a really good with the all aluminum trailing arm retracts. Um, it'll fly off at pretty much any surface and handle it pretty well. So yeah, it's a pretty good jet. I'm really happy with those jets. Yeah, we got. I'm not balancing a prop tonight. I'm sanding. Yeah, I know how much you guys like me watch me work. So I figured I'd sand on this 3D printed Chrysler 300 instead of balancing a prop. Of course, Fred already asked me if I would balance if I was going to balance the car, and I told him I'm going to go with Ryan's standard answer for balancing it. It's never let me down before, so I'm not going to balance it because it's always, what does he say? It's always it's always been good, something like that. I said it right the first time, and I can't remember what he said. Um, well, yeah, but just because it's made in China doesn't mean that it's no good. I'm sure there's some good stuff coming out of China. And there's some bad stuff coming out of China, just like there's good stuff coming out of the U.S. and bad stuff coming out of the U.S. It's they're not exclusive to making a bad product, and they're not exclusively making bad products only. So you just have to research what you're buying to make sure you're getting what you want, the quality wise. So it's more of an ethics thing for me. And, if they're ethical, they're gonna give you a good quality product. And if they're not, then they're not gonna give a shit. And you get a bad product, oh well. You know that used to be a Hobby King's mode of operation. Their answer to everything was, oh well. You know they didn't want to warranty nothing. It was a fight. When I used to buy, we're talking 10 years ago now, but 10 years ago, Hobby King was horrible. They didn't give a crap about customer service. Their attitude is their Chinese attitude. Well, you bought it, it's yours. That's what do you want us to do? You know, like they're not supposed to warranty their product. I guess if you're Chinese and you live in China, they don't warranty products in China. If you buy it and it's bad, oh well, deal with it. They found out that won't work in the U.S. That's the quickest way to go out of business is sell something in the U.S. to us and then not warranty it. You won't be in business a year. And Hobby King was one of those companies trying that shit. They found out if they wanted to stay in business, they're going to have to change their ways because they were on the verge. They went through like 3 CEOs in 1 year because they kept quitting. They just the upper people were telling them we're not going to do this and we're not going to do that or whatever, and then the CEO they hired quit, and they hired another one, he quit, and then they hired another one and he quit, and it's like holy crap. So it took them a long time to learn it, and they had to learn it the hard way, but they finally learned. And now I don't have any problem with customer service from Hobby King. All you got to do is send them a picture. You got a problem, you send them a picture, and they just take care of it. Right. Yeah, that's a perfect example. So, and I don't think Levi's makes their own product, or at least not all of their product. They're probably subcontracting their products out to someone else. So, you might be buying a relaxed fit set of jeans that are great quality, but you buy a boot cut or some other one, and it came from a totally different manufacturer, and it's crap. So, um, I can tell you that, just in GM products alone, um, the Cadillac Fleetwood, 96 Cadillac Fleetwood, and the 96 Chevy Impala SS came off the exact same assembly line. Okay, they were on the same assembly line, built the same parts mostly as they came down the assembly line. But I can tell you that the interior parts for the Cadillac came from a totally different company that did the interior parts for the Impala, because the Impala interior is garbage. It breaks, it fades, it falls apart, terrible. And the Cadillac parts are perfect. They're over 20 years old, and they're perfect. So yeah, there's a huge difference, and even in that, and even though they came off the same assembly line, the subcontractor that they used for the parts were obviously two different contractors, and of course the quality was totally different. So, and even though the styling was different on the Impala and the Cadillac, the front door panel on the Cadillac would fit the front door panel of the Impala. So if you wanted to put a Cadillac interior in the car, you almost could. You couldn't. The back doors are bigger on the Cadillac, so the back door panels would not fit the Impala door panels. You'd have to modify them. But the front doors were the same size, so you could swap the front door panels, and that would work. Seats, yeah, the seats would work. If you want to put the Cadillac seats in your car, that would work. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately. Oh, interesting. Your Coast Guard Black Hawk helicopter from Motion. How many blades on the main rotor? Is it two blades, three blades, or four blades, or five blades? What? How many blades are on it? Just doing a little comparison here. Jeff in Lower Alabama, what's up? Hey, we're still on. You didn't come in after the show's over. We're still on. Good for you. Good job. You made it. Yeah. The reason I'm asking about your helicopter, Fred, is I just bought, and I just got it too. It's amazing. I ordered it 2 days ago, 3 days ago, and it came yesterday. Um, Motion came out with a Cletus McFarlane helicopter. His Concealia, Concealia. I can't pronounce that. Consuelia. Um, so Motion did a version of that in one of their little helicopters, and when they released it, it's, I don't know how many they got, but Cletus revealed it, and it was sold out in an hour. They sold every one of them, and that was over 6 months ago. And I didn't get one, but I wanted one, so I put it on my wish list at Cletus's place, and I got a notification, I think Wednesday, that it was back in stock. I ordered it, and it showed up Friday. I couldn't believe it. Now it's only coming, Bradenton's a little over an hour's drive from here, so that's not that crazy to believe. But I ordered some shirts from him, 6 months ago, and it took 5 months for them to get here. It was ridiculous. And they had just they had redone their whole shipping center, and they were having serious growing pains. And he got online and he told everybody he was sorry and he hoped they'd understand. And if they wanted their money back, there'd be no questions asked. They would definitely give you a refund, but we hope you'll just give us a minute to get it. It's going to be so much better when we get it done. Well, obviously it is, because like I said, I got the helicopter in 2 days. So it's an MB500. Now I bought the ERA one from Hobby King. Actually, Heli Direct sells it. Hobby King sells it. There's several places selling the ERA one. And it's a beautiful helicopter and it flies great. I really love it, but it's pretty big. It's quite a bit bigger than Consuela. Same helicopter, an MB500, but Consuela's much smaller and it's only a 4-blade. And the real one's 5-blade. And the ERA one's 5-blade. But the one that Motion sells is only 4-blade. And that was kind of weird. I thought that was kind of strange. I flew it briefly yesterday. It was pretty windy, and I put it in the air, and it seemed to fly okay. I got it back down, but I didn't want to risk breaking it. I just got it. So I landed it and shut it down because there was just too much wind. And when I say too much wind, I mean, if you've got more than like a 4-mile-an-hour wind, it's too much for these little helicopters. The wind just wants to take them away. Now you can fight it and fly in the wind if you want, but it takes a little bit of the fun out of it. It's much harder to hover it because the wind keeps wanting to drift it away, and you got to keep correcting to keep it hovering. So it's a little bit of a challenge, and but it'll fly in it. You definitely can fly it in the wind if you want to, but I didn't want to take the chance. It's brand new, just got it, so I landed it and put it away. It's actually right over there. It's in the garage here. I just set it in here for the night. So I haven't tried to fly it today, but it's been raining all day today. We were going to go flying today, and it's just been pouring rain all day, on and off, but mostly on. So we didn't go flying today, but we might go tomorrow. If it's not going to rain tomorrow, we might go flying. So, but yeah. So yeah, your Black Hawk. How many blades are on it? All right. So Jeff brought up. Somebody brought up Cracker Barrel. Where did I miss that at? Rainbow color rocketing chairs and nice touch. Oh, the rainbow colored rocket chairs. What are you implying, Michael? Let me rinse my hands off here. That primer dust all over them. Well, I saw Cracker Barrel change their logo, and I saw the news commenting on that and how they got a lot of negative comments from the customers that didn't like the new logo. But the logo had nothing to do with gay or anything. It was just a more modern looking logo, and everybody wanted the traditional old logo. They like the old logo. They want them to keep the old logo. They don't like the new logo. The new logo is too plain, too modern, and then nobody likes it. So that's all I've heard about Cracker Barrel. I didn't hear anything else going on that you guys are describing. I don't know where you're getting your information. I obviously don't subscribe to those channels, whatever it is, because I haven't heard any of that. The only thing I heard about was the logo, and it certainly wasn't a light beer commercial for sure. Cracker Barrel went walk. What does that mean? They've got some Chinese dishes on the menu now that they didn't have before. Be honest with you, it's not that I'm not a fan of Cracker Barrel. I like Cracker Barrel. I don't eat there very often though. Um, I I don't really have anything against Cracker Barrel. I think the food's good, and I think the prices are reasonable, and I like the gift shop out front. I usually shop around in there, and you know, but I just don't go there very often. There's not one close for one, and I'm usually in the mood for something different than what Cracker Barrel sells. Um, you know, you like something from Applebee's or Chili's that I can't get at Cracker Barrel, and if I'm looking for a steak or something like that, uh, I'd probably go to Longhorns or Texas Roadhouse. So yeah, I just don't go to Cracker Barrel that often. It's GPS, so it will stay close to where it's at. Okay, Fred, that doesn't really answer my question. Um, the new cab CEO is queer as a football. That okay. So you're saying the new CEO of Cracker Barrel is gay, and you think that's gonna have a big effect on how Cracker Barrel does business? They went totally Bud Light, really. All right, if you guys say so. I mean, have you guys seen the menu, or I mean, where are you getting this? What's your reasoning for the believing that changes are happening? I mean, I haven't been to a Cracker Barrel lately, so I don't know. But have you been there? Did they change the menu? Is it got a real gay flavor to it now? What's really happening here, guys? What am I missing? What's a rainbow rocker? Okay, well, seriously, the rocking chairs were always What weren't they like white and brown? They're all the rocking chairs. Are they really painted, rainbow color now? They changed them to not white and brown now. They're all rainbow color. Did that really happen? Or are you guys just making jokes? Roy, what's up? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Well, okay, so if the CEO gets out of hand, guys, like you're saying, he's funding several pride parades and stuff. If the shareholders don't like what he's doing, guess what? They're going to get rid of him. All right. So if he's really going gay and it's not working as far as business profile, and they start losing money, then he'll be gone in a hurry. So I wouldn't put too much into that. Um, I mean, we all saw what happened with the light beer uh, whole scenario. That went south real fast. Um, Charging batteries for some flying tomorrow. There you go. Good boy. Yeah, I have a couple charged already myself. Um, it's run by two liberal females. Okay. Well, I've been reading it, Fred. I didn't see that response, but thank you. Appreciate you finally uh, getting me that. But I've looked back at your GPS stays close by. Yeah, I don't see where you answered me. Oh, there it is. The word for. Yeah, okay. I I missed it because it was a one word answer. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I missed it. Good. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know why. Um, Motion seems to think all helicopters should have four blades on it because they a lot of their helicopters that should not have four blades on it do have four blades. That's a good idea, Michael. That'd be great advertising. Yeah, please do that. Definitely wear your Hanger 51 yoga pants to the Cracker Barrel. That'd be great. So let me, it's right here. Just give me a minute. I'm going to walk over here and get my Consuela. Consuela? Consuela? Yeah, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Okay, so just as a comparison, this is a four-blade Consuela. Uh, should be a five-blade, and that's the size of it, which is pretty small because I'm going to get the other one. This one's broke, but you'll understand the size difference. So this is the same MB500, but this is the one from ERA. Okay, so this is the one you buy from Hobby King, Heli Direct. So as you can see, it's quite a bit larger than Consuela, and it's 5 blades, which is what it's supposed to be. So, and it crashed. What happened with this one, I was flying it up in Georgia, my brother's daughter's place. And so there's the, yeah. Yeah, so there's the 5 blades. And, which is what it's supposed to be. But I was flying it up there and it took off, and then it all of a sudden just, I could fly it around, but I couldn't control the throttle. And it was climbing. And it just kept climbing and climbing and climbing, and I could fly it, but I couldn't get it down. And I tried everything, and I finally just hit the landing button, and that didn't work. I thought that would make it land, so I hit the emergency shutdown, and it shut down, and it just fell like a stone and landed on the roof of the house next door. And it was a shingle roof, so the rough shingles did a number on the body. So this was already broke, and I fixed it 2 or 3 times, and it really just needed to be replaced. So yeah, this is still very, very fixable. So I probably will order the parts to fix this. It's not going to be expensive. The boom was, I think, like $14 maybe. And honestly, I really don't have to replace the body. It's scuffed up a little bit, but it's not broken. So I could just replace that. I think the main rotor shaft is bent, so I'd have to replace that. But that's about it. It wouldn't be expensive to fix this thing at all. But I already bought another one, so I have a perfect one. I've been flying, and I have that really cool one that I've been flying, and now I have this one that from. The funny thing is these two are the same price, and this one's so much bigger than this one, and they were the same price, $165, something like that. And yeah, this one's just so much bigger than the little one. But it seemed to fly good. You know, it looks like it has a LiDAR camera on the bottom, right here, in the middle here, and that's to take a ground picture for stability. That one does not have the LiDAR camera in it, but the other one I have does. And it's very noticeable how much more stable it is with this camera in it, because it gets a picture of the ground and it can adjust its position because it sees it moving across the ground, so it knows what way to make it fly to get back to the original position. So it definitely helps a lot. So the one I have with the camera on it works much better than the other one. They both fly really good, though. I'm happy with both of them. But this one was, like I said, I'm flown this one in anything but the wind, and it was getting blown around quite a bit, so I landed it. Oh yeah, flying a helicopter without a gyro is definitely a struggle. That you got to have some skills to do that, because man, it's a whole different world without a gyro in it. So how did I? Well, like I said, that I was on the wish list at the Freedom Factory for Cletus, and I got a notification that it was back in stock. So I clicked on the email and clicked on order, and it went right to his page, and I put it in my cart and paid for it, and 2 days later it was here. It's got lights on it. It's nicely done. It's got good detail on it. The paint job is really cool. It looks just like the real one. It's got a white nose light here. It's got a red blinker on the back here by the tail rotor. I think that's all it has for lights. I don't think there are any more lights on it. And that's pretty much. I think this one's the same thing. It's got a white light in the front, a red light in the back. This one might have a red light on top. Let me look here. No. So this one's got the same thing. It just has a red blinker in the back and the white in the front. Now my other one has a white front, red in the back, but it also has on this cross wing here. It's a different wing, but it's got a wing on it similar to this. And there's a red and green light on the wing on the other one. And I think there's a red flasher on the bottom as well as the back and the front. So it's got a lot more lights on it, and I love the lights. So I think that's cool. But yeah, I don't think you can buy this at Motion directly. I think this is an exclusive that Cletus has with Motion that only he sells them. I could be wrong. I haven't gone to Motion to see if I can get it there, but I don't think you can get it there. I think you have to go to because I did go to Motion to see if I could get one, and it wasn't listed at all, not even in the back order, out of stock area. So I don't think you can buy this from Motion directly. I think you have to go through Cletus to get this color scheme. Now they might sell it in a black or camo or something, but if you want the Consuelo paint scheme, I think you have to go through Cletus to get it. So. Oh yeah, that wasn't. I didn't care. I was just curious because, like I said, to be accurate, this should have 5 blades on it, and the other brand does have 5 blades on it. But Motion does this with a lot of their helicopters. Anything that has 5 blades on it, they seem to just put 4 on it. I guess that manufacturer doesn't want to reconfigure their standardization of helicopters to include a 5-bladed one. They're just going to keep putting it out with a 4-blade because all the ones that they have are 4-blade. Just like, Fred's got the Black Hawk. I think the Black Hawk is a 4-blade prop, though. I'm not certain. It might be 5-blade. I don't know for certain on that one. It might be a 4-blade. But I know this is supposed to be 5, and it's still 4. So it's just what Motion does. And I was just curious if they changed or if they're still just putting out 4-bladed helicopters. And I think they are. Well, good. So they have plenty of them now. So they must have put in a big order because the first order they had sold out in an hour, and it's been months. I mean, it's been at least 5 months since that order went back order, and so they just now got them back in. So he must have ordered a shitload of them on this order, thinking that there was a big demand for them. So, because they sold out so fast, now you got to wonder though, how many of those were impulse buys, and how many people just wanted, I wanted the helicopter. It wasn't an impulse buy for me, but I'm sure a lot of people that are just Cletus, fans wanted the helicopter because they're Cletus fans, not because they wanted a helicopter. So. It's got a very small battery. I have no idea what the flight time is going to be, but it's got this very tiny battery. I do like the way the battery goes in, though. I'll give them credit for this. It just slides in the bottom like that. Okay, so this one I'm not a fan of. This one you literally have to take the nose off, and the battery pack slides in this socket here. So you have to slide it in, and then there's a locking latch on it. You lock it in place, and then the on-off switch is inside also. So you have to turn it on, and then you have to put the nose back on it. So you have to do all of that first, turn it on, and then put the nose back on before you can fly it. And I'm not a fan of that, but it is what it is. It's not that big a deal. But this one, the on-off for the helicopter is on the battery pack. There's a button right on the battery pack here. So all you do is slide the battery up into the helicopter, lock it in, press and hold the button, and you got a white flasher right now because it's not bound, and the red flasher on the back. And then when you bind it, the white one goes solid, but the red one keeps flashing, and that's it. And but the on-off switch is on the outside. The battery is in and out from the outside. You don't have to take it apart, take the nose off. So I do like that. I think that's well thought out. I think that was a better idea. Well, I don't know what the flight time is going to be on this because it's an awful small battery. But it's also a small helicopter. I'll be honest with you, the flight time on the other one's too long. If you fly, it'll fly almost 12, 15 minutes. And that's too long. The motor is so damn hot after 6 minutes, 6, 7 minutes. The motor's so hot that it's practically going to melt. So I don't fly it any longer than that anyway, because I'm afraid I'm going to ruin it. I've not yet flown it on entire battery because I'm afraid it's going to melt. It really gets hot. So yeah, the video of them painting his was cool. So are you talking about Cletus's Cub, Jeff? You ordered one of those? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I like it. And I think the price is decent. I don't think they I think they did really good on the price too. That seems like a pretty nice Cub for a pretty decent price. So it's the first time I've seen them come out with something that I thought was maybe a little high price, but I think reasonable. So anyway, but yeah, um, I'm not at all unhappy with this. I like it. I mean, I'm thought it would be the same size as the other one. It'd be bigger. It's not, but I'm still happy with it. I like it. It seems like very good quality. Um, the uh, the struts are pretty strong. It just looks nice. Came with a spare tail rotor, and it came with I think one or two main rotor blades extras. Um, Came with a charging cord, which is just a regular type Type C phone charging jack. You plug it right into the battery pack and in the side of the battery pack. So it came with that, and yeah, this is the transmitter right here. So takes 4 AA's. So yeah, it's a nice little helicopter. Not at all sorry I bought that. I wanted it. Um, I'm a little disappointed it's not as big as the other one. I was hoping it'd be the same size as the other one. I kind of thought they were coming from the same manufacturer, so I figured it'd be the same size. But even though it's not, I'm not upset about it. I like it. I'm glad I got it. It's pretty cool. 15 minutes till your birthday. Wow. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Oh, wait, it's too early. You might make it. I hope so. It's only 15 minutes. So how old are you going to be there, Philip? You never know. Yeah. Well, actual age isn't important. It's how old do you feel? You're gonna be 60. Oh, you youngin. You're only gonna be 60? Wow. All right. So Jeff bought the Cletus Cub. Anybody else buy anything? What else you guys working on? Anybody buy anything good? Anything new and exciting with you guys? So I already bought 3 airplanes, and now I bought 3 more airplanes. So that's 6 airplanes this year. I'm almost catching up. I really haven't bought anything this year, but I bought the P40, which is what's sitting right here, and then I bought the Corsair, and I bought the T28, and now I bought the Decathlon, the Husky, and and another T28. So yeah, that's a pretty low count for me. I still have to buy my big ticket item. I don't know what I'm going to buy yet. I gotta get my 30% off coming up here on something big from Horizon. Yeah, you know what? That reminds me. I think my points vanished too, which I was concerned about. I'm gonna go look at that right now. That was the other thing I noticed. I was looking to see how many points I had, and I couldn't find my points. So I think I lost all my points with this new thing they introduced. Do any of you guys know for certain if that happened? Have you experienced that or read something or got confirmation that, yeah, if you had points, you're going to lose them? You don't have any damn. Well, that's because you don't buy any airplanes, Michael. You can't get points when you don't buy airplanes. You make all your airplanes. You're a foam board guy. That's all you do is build foam board airplanes. You don't buy airplanes. 18 till I die. Oh, you already have it picked out. You're going to die at 78. You know for a fact you're going to buy at 78. Is that the plan there? Yeah. So I don't have any points, but I have a remaining balance of $20.71. So I don't know what the hell that means. And that's pending. I guess until they fill my order on the my decathlon, my $20.71 are pending. Yeah, I'm confused. I don't know what the hell happened here. I'm gonna have to learn more. There's a button here that says learn more. I'm gonna have not gonna do that now, but I'll have to go read that and find out what the fuck, how they screwed this up. Yeah, this is not going over very big. I gotta tell you. All right, so let's find out. All right, let's go to highest price. Oh, somebody shooting a gun. Can you hear that? Right behind me. Wow, it's a lot of shooting. Oh, those are fireworks. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know what I'm going to spend my money on to get my 30% off on. Now that new 3D plane, that's way too expensive. You can go to Flex Innovations and buy a RV8 or one of their Cap 22 or whatever for way less money than $1,000. So, and I'm sure it's a better airplane. So I'm not excited about that thing at all. And all you get is a 50% off coupon. 50% off, not a free battery coupon, but a 50% off a battery that's already 200% overpriced anyway. Oh well, yeah. So while I was cutting the grass, I did a number on my foot. Um, I cut a tree down in the yard. I got 3 more trees to cut down this year. Um, so I was cutting around the one tree that I already cut down. Now I think that's gunfire. I don't think that's fireworks. Seaweed milkshake. Boots and a coat this year. Well, that's not very fun, but maybe a better choice. Yeah. Seaweed milkshake. Yeah. Sounds yummy. Vegan bacon. Oh, yeah, that sounds yummy too. First day of school next week. Need to make a good impression. Okay. Um, anyway, I was cutting the grass under the tree I'd already cut down. I don't know how it happened. I don't know what moved. Something must have moved. I don't know. But I was cutting underneath. The tree's still a tree, but it's laying on its side in the ground. And I was underneath it with the mower cutting grass. Somehow I got my right foot caught between the pedal that you raise and lower the deck with and the tree. And it pinched my foot so hard that it literally ripped the nail off my big toe. And so my big toe's a mess. It was bleeding for hours, just barely. It wasn't a big, like, gushing blood. It was just a trickle, but it wouldn't stop. And so I finally just had to wrap the whole thing up in Band-Aids and then and to get it to stop bleeding. And that happened, I think Thursday. Yeah, it was Thursday. So I cut the Band-Aid off tonight before I came out here to see how bad it was. And the nail was already off. I mean, it's hanging on by the side where it's kind of tucked under your cuticle area. It's not attached, so the nail's going to fall off. Um, and yeah, it hurt. It really hurt. I got to tell you guys, man, that really hurt. Um, oh yeah, I said all kinds of bad words. I'm still saying them. Every time I bump the thing into something, I say bad words. So so I've already poured. I did 2 rounds of hydrogen peroxide over it, and I just did a round of chlorine bleach over it. And you're gonna like, well, why are you pouring chlorine? All right, well, so I have the nail fungus, and and it lives in the bed of the nail, right? So the nail's ripped off, so the bed's completely clear to kill that fungus. And I think a few rounds of bleach in the bed of my toe there should kill that fungus. So I'll finally get rid of it on this toe. I still have the other foot to get rid of, but this should definitely clear the fungus off this toe. So, so I'm going to keep doing the bleach and hydrogen peroxide treatments. Didn't burn it all. It was the hydrogen peroxide burned a little bit, when it was rinsing the blood off and it was fresh. But the second round of the hydrogen peroxide didn't burn it all, and neither did the Clorox. So, um, um, yeah, good advice, Roy. Don't drive so close to the tree. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? That's good advice. Yeah. So, 3D print a nail. There you go. Yeah, I could. Yeah, print a red 3D printed nail and glue it on. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. So, yeah, it foamed right up, which means it's killing bacteria. So when I poured the hydrogen all over it, it got all foamy, killing the bacteria and shit. So, and it foamed up the second time too. No pain the second time. Didn't hurt much the first time, but didn't hurt at all the second time. But it's still foaming. So between the Clorox and the hydrogen peroxide, we're going to keep treating this toenail so that when it finally grows back, it won't have that fungus anymore. Hopefully, that shit's hard to get rid of, that fungus, man. It's a pain in the ass. So none of you guys have bought any other airplanes, huh? Jeff bought the Cub, and I guess Fred got a Black Hawk recently. Nobody's buying any airplanes, really? Huh. You know what I haven't looked at? I need to go look. I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna go look at Flex Innovations and see what they're working on right now. I haven't been there in a while. See if they got anything on sale and anything new. I don't really have to worry about sale prices because I got an inside guy for that. I just call him and order my planes through him, and I get the best price. Period. Um, yeah, I saw this thing. This Aviator is a new plane they came out with. It's kind of a cross between it kind of looks like a cross between the Barefoot um, from Arrows and old Kit Fox, like the version 4 Kit Fox. Um, yeah, they got a lot going on. Holy crap. Wow. They really have a whole shitload going on. Let's see what's on sale. We got clearance. What's on clearance? What's on clearance, Clarence? Parts, wings, fuselages, floats, canopies, cowls, motors, airplane stand. Hey, there you go. That same airplane stand that everybody's selling. FMS, it's $49. Not bad. That's about the cheapest I've seen it, or equal to the cheapest I've seen. I don't think I've seen it cheaper than $49. So that's pretty good. Yeah, just part. No airplanes on sale right now. Just parts. Instafly. What the hell is an Instafly? I guess that's a ready to fly airplane. It comes with a radio. Let's look. It does. It doesn't look like it comes with a radio. It comes with a receiver of your choice. And it comes with a battery. It comes with a battery pack to power the radio, not the airplane, but just the. It also comes with an IBEC ignition, but it comes with a battery pack for the receiver. So you get a receiver of your choice, no transmitter. That's their new Instafly. It comes with everything: prop, spinner, everything. Muffler. If it's gas motor, it comes with a gas motor, the muffler, custom colored. It says, yeah. So it comes with a lot of shit, but it's not. doesn't come with a battery to fly it, and it doesn't come with a transmitter. So something new for Flex Innovations. I haven't seen them do that before. So looking at airplanes, and nothing's marked sale. So nothing's on sale right now. Everything is full price. A couple of new planes, but everything else is just regular full price. Anyway, all right. Well, it was interesting to go look at. There's fungus among us. Okay, Fred. What's our vector, Victor? Oh, that's funny. All right, Wiggs. Have a good night, man. We'll see you later. Oh my God, we're back to the Sky Prancer, huh? Okay. Okay, JCB. I'm confused. What is a 1/32 digital SLT Mustang? Did Bud Anderson die? Did I hear that he died? I know he was still alive. He was 9. I think he's 100. But I don't remember if he died or not. Yeah, I've got 2 or 3 Bud Anderson old crows here. Oh, it's a slot car. Oh, no kidding. And they have it painted like. Oh, send me a picture of that. I want to see that. That sounds cool. Um, yeah, I've got 2 of the. I guess they're flight line Mustangs from Motion. Um, old crows. I got 2 of those. And I think I can't remember. Do I have the one from Hobby King or not? I thought I did. Oops. Uh-oh. The helicopter fell on the keyboard and pressed some buttons. I wasn't my fault, guys. I don't know what happened, but if it screwed it up, it wasn't my fault. The helicopter fell. I think we're okay. I don't think it did anything. I think we're all right. Everything looks okay. I don't think we lost signal or anything. I think we're good. No, look at that. That's pretty interesting. It says new crow, though, not old crow. Oh, that's funny. That's interesting for sure. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, it's got the Normandy stripes on the bottom and the checkered nose on the spinner. Yeah, that's pretty clever. That's pretty cool. New Crow. Yeah, it's the digital New Crow. Very interesting. Wesley from Motion, he's my neighbor. He lives close by. He does a lot of slot car stuff. I almost got interested in that. I was going to buy a slot car and go up there once a week. He has a regular race night, but I think I'm not positive. I think the guys he races with take turns on whose house they're racing at. To break it up. So I don't know. I thought about it. Still thinking about it. I don't know. Um, the Phil, are you talking about your Mustang now, or are you talking about something different? The Mustang you drive, your car. Yeah, another money pit. Yeah, yeah. It can be if you're not careful. My one Daytona I bought, I definitely got to put the mufflers on that thing. That thing is so freaking loud. Um, I don't want to drive it like that. Hang on, I heard some car doors outside. Let me go look. I'm not sure if somebody's out here or not. Okay, I didn't see anything out there, but your driver. Okay, yeah. So you're gonna put gates on it so you can open the exhaust and make a lot of noise. I guess that's not a bad idea. Um, I'm excited about the lift because as soon as I get my lift, first thing I'm going to fix is my friend's car that needs the air conditioning fixed. I'm going to fix that and get that out of here. Then my other buddy's car also needs the air conditioning fixed, but I had to replace a bracket, and he wants me to put he bought carpeting. He wants me to put it in the side, so I got to put the carpeting in and fix the air conditioning and all that on the front of the motor and get that car out of here. And then I'm going to put my Super B on the lift and find out where the tranny leak is. I'm assuming it's the cooler lines that go to the radiator. I'm hoping that's what it is. Because if it is, that's all the car needs, and it's totally drivable. And I plan on, uh, I might take it to the drag strip first before I paint it, just to get a run in. But then I'm going to take it up to a buddy of mine and have it painted. And the paint's not horrible. From the side, it looks beautiful. The top surfaces are pretty bad, though. The hood's getting rough. The roof's getting rough. And the left quarter panel, the sail panel, not the quarter panel, but the sail panel up on the top is pretty damn rough. There's some rust, some surface rust forming there. So I definitely want to get the car painted because it's in great shape and it runs beautiful. The motor's beautiful. The training was an issue, but I fixed it. I mean, it was in limp mode, and I figured out what it was and fixed it. Put some tranny fluid in it, and it worked fine. It shifts everything. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the tranny. His mechanic told him that the tranny was shot, and he was wrong. Um, yeah, I'm really getting excited about getting the Super B in top shape. I really want that car because that's going to be a lot of fun to drive. Um, and I'm probably going to put a nitrous setup on it, more than likely. Um, yeah, so I'm excited about that. And then I got to change the oil in the truck. It's almost due. I need to change the oil in the Impala. Probably need to change. I should change the oil in the Daytona or the Daytona because I don't know when the oil was changed last. So probably just should change it just to get on my own schedule. So I got a lot of oil changes to do. Um, and then after that, I don't know what I'm going to work on next. Maybe put the exhaust system on the other Daytona because it's way too loud. Um, so Philip, I'm curious. Why'd you sell the yellow one? What was the new one? I think you said the new one's silver or gray or something. And was that an upgrade? Newer, bigger motor, faster? Was there something wrong with the yellow one? Because I love the yellow one. I love yellow cars. I got three of them now. Never had a yellow car in my life, and now I have three of them. So I'm really happy because I love yellow cars. So I'm really happy I got these three yellow cars. So yeah, and your Mustang, like I said, I showed you the toy. I have a yellow RC version of it that looked identical to your car. I mean, it was the same damn car. Um, oh, is Jim leaving? All right, man. Have a good night, man. We'll see you later. Before winter. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. That's why I moved to Florida. You know, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, and I couldn't stand on working on my cars in the winter. You know, the wrenches are frozen, the car's frozen. It's like, oh, yeah, no thanks. Yeah, I couldn't get out of Ohio fast enough. It took me 23 years, but I really wanted. By when I was 8, we came to Florida. My grandparents moved down here, and I was hooked. From that day on, I told my parents, told everybody, I'm moving to Florida. I said, I don't know when, but I'm moving to Florida. Told my first wife that when I met her, the day I met her. I met her at the skating rink. We were couple skating, and I told her right there during the couple skate, I'm moving to Florida. If you don't want to live in Florida, then don't get involved with me because I'm definitely moving to Florida. You know, I hadn't even asked her on her date or anything yet, but I wanted to make that clear. I'm moving to Florida. If you don't want to live in Florida, don't get involved with me. So, so what year was the yellow one? I'm looking to see what year Mustang I don't like. I'll tell you here in a second. Wow, really? That's kind of weird. They changed the tail lights one year, and I'm trying to figure out what year it is. I'm looking at the '07s right now, and oh, there they are. Okay, so no, that's still okay. All right, must be. Hang on. All right, let's go here. No, that's still good. Yeah, that's still good. All right. Must be the 10. Yeah. So 2010 and forward from there, I hated the Mustang. I loved what they did with it when they first came back out with it. And the '09, yours was an '05, yeah. So I would have loved that one. Those are the years I love. The 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In 2010, they ruined the car. Oh my God, those hideous taillights they did to it. And every year after that, they've just made it stupider and stupider. Yeah, I did see one the other day. It might be a brand new one, maybe a 2025 that had taillights I liked again. They were totally different, but I liked what they did with it. I don't know if this is the first year for that, but everything from 10 on till now, I hated. They changed the headlights, they changed the taillights. They made the car perfect when they came out with it. No, was '05 the first year for that model? Or did it come out before '05? Um, yeah, the 10, they changed the taillights to those forward bent and narrowed, like pie shaped. Oh, I hated that. The taillights that were on your car was so perfect. I mean, that car was perfect. I love that car. I would have bought a Mustang. You know, I almost did. I really loved that car when they brought that back because it looked just like a '69, and it was beautiful. They did such a good job on that. I mean, it was perfect, and they made the best retro. I mean, even the Challenger didn't look as good as the Mustang, I thought. And they both came out really good. They ruined the Camaro. I have a '67 Camaro, and the new Camaro looks nothing like a '67 Camaro. Not one thing about it looks like a '67 Camaro. Not one. The Mustang looked exactly like the '69. The Challenger looked just like the '70. I mean, all the main cues were there. Those cars were beautiful. I love both those cars. Um, but yeah, the Camaro was. I hated it. I would buy one in the what was it, the 10 when Transformers came out. I'd buy that year version yellow to look like Bumblebee, and that'd be about it. That's the only reason I even want it is because it looks like the movie car. After that, I'm not interested. The Camaro just doesn't look good to me. I don't like it. Never really did. Still don't. It just the Camaro just doesn't do it for me. I love the Challenger. I think that thing's beautiful. And until 2010, I loved the Mustang, but 2010 they ruined it. So yeah, yeah, yeah. And then I think they changed it again in 25. Because now, and although I like it now again, but I like the taillights anyway. Let me look here and see if I'm not sure what year because I don't follow the Mustang, but I don't know. Now those don't look right. So I don't know what Mustang I was looking at. Well, that looks right. What is that? Okay, well they call that a 25. Yeah, now that's got taillights on it. I like the 25, but that's the only one. The other one didn't look like this. What is this? Yeah, I guess it's just yeah. Well, let me see what the 24s look like. No, the 24s might be okay too. I think I think that's the same. Let me see what the 23s look like. Guess it's been a couple of years that they fixed the tail lights. I don't really like the headlights and the grill work though. I mean, that's too. I don't know. I just really the first one that came out was one I liked the best. That looked like a '69, and it was beautiful. God, I love that car. I'm not crazy with it. Every year they've been squinting the headlights more and fucking up the But I did like the new tail lights though. When they changed them where they don't taper anymore. I like that. But yeah, the Mustang's definitely hasn't gone in a way I liked. And then the Challenger and Charger, when they put the wide body on it, I didn't like that either. Those big fender flares, I thought that looked shitty. It slowed the car down. I just watched a video of a guy that did a complete review of all the different models, and the Hellcat Charger narrow body topped out at 204 mile an hour. Then the Hellcat wide body only went 197. And then when they made the red eye Hellcat, which was 90 horsepower more, it only went 203. So it was still a mile an hour slower with 90 extra horsepower. It was still a mile an hour slower than the narrow body. So that's how much aerodynamic drag those stupid big fat fender flares they put on the car, what a difference that made. Yeah, and I didn't like it. I like the narrow body. I don't want that wide body shit. I don't care for that at all. I like the narrow body better. So, but I couldn't believe how much it slowed the car down. That's amazing. Yeah, yeah. No, it's an eco boost, whatever. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. They just. Uh, maybe. Roy. I don't know. Um, uh, so it's I know that a lot of them have live axles under it. Well, my Dodge Daytona's got live axles. It's not a solid rear end. It's got CV joint axles. They mostly run straight, but yeah, there's CV joint. Um, so the Dodges and the 300s and the Magnums and all the Chrysler products, rear wheel drive, are all that same way. And the Daytona handles great. I mean, I love the way it drives. Um, and it's pretty fast with the standard Hemi, but my Super B is a rocket ship. Jesus, that thing is a beast. I can't wait till I can really take it out and run it. I just do a quick 2-second burst out in front of the house here, go to the church next door, and then come back because of the tranny leak. I don't know how much training fluid. I don't want to get halfway down the road and run out of training fluid and have to, go get the trailer to bring it home, or go get a funnel and transmission fluid to bring it home. So I really haven't been fooling with the Super B at all. I gotta get my lift so I can fix the transmission leak. Then I'm gonna have some fun. But yeah, I just styling wise, I haven't been a fan with the Camaro at all. And I loved the Mustang when they first came out with it. And I just don't like all the crazy droopy headlights and the grill, and I mean, I think they went too far. They're too busy. The Challenger hasn't changed at all. They brought it out in what? Oh, I think 2010, and you know, 15 years that they haven't changed a thing. Headlights, grill, everything. It's all the same. They haven't changed it. Why? Because they had perfection. Why would you screw with perfection? I love that look of that car. It's a beautiful car. Well, they didn't do the wide body, but I guess they still offer it both ways. So thank God for that. But yeah, they didn't have to keep changing the headlights every other year and the tail lights, and they didn't do any of that. They just left it alone, and it's beautiful. So I give Dodge a lot of credit for that. They really hit a home run with those cars. I think all of them. The 300's beautiful. The Magnum was beautiful, and the Charger, and then the Challenger. So all four of them, I thought, were just well designed, good looking cars. Oh, your 150 finally died? Really? I thought that thing would run forever. A buddy of mine has a Ford van, and he's not a Ford guy, but he's got this Ford van that he's had forever. I think it's an '82. He might have bought it new. I don't know. It's got over 350,000 miles on it, and it still runs. But he's complaining that it's using oil. Gee, you think? So he wanted me to come down and put valve stem seals in it, and I just laughed at him. I'm not coming down to work on that piece of shit. I mean, it's falling apart. The doors, the main doors on the side are falling off the hinges. I think he made some cobbed up hinge bracket to keep the door on the truck. But I mean, the thing is just a rusty pile of garbage. But it's an extended van, and he's a carpet layer, so he uses it because he can get a long, a 12-foot roll of carpet in the back of it, and so he uses it to go lay carpet jobs. And I just, so I showed him my Daytonas I bought and stuff, and he's first thing he starts saying, I must have won the lottery, and I'm like, dude, I only paid $3,000 for the one, paid $4,000 for the other one. I mean, Christ, even you can afford these. I mean, I've got such good deals on these cars. I could buy another Magnum right now with it's a SRT8 swap. So the guy put SRT8 seats, interior, the motor, tranny, everything into a Magnum. You could buy an SRT8 Magnum. I don't know why he did a swap one. It's stuck in limp mode. He only wants $4,000 for it. The body's in good shape. I don't see any crash damage, nicks, dents, cuts, nothing. The seats are pretty good. The driver's seat's got a little wear on it, not bad. The motor runs perfect, but the tranny's it's stuck in limp mode. He don't know how to get it out of limp mode. And I'm like, so I've been tempted to go buy that thing for $4,000. It'd be a good deal. So I've been tempted to go buy that one. I've been sitting on that for a couple of weeks now. Maybe I'll throw 3,000 at him and see if he'll take it. Because I got mine out of limp mode, so I figured it out. Well, I don't know. I don't know if the black one's in limp mode or not. I don't think it is. Because I did the same thing I did to the Super Bee, and the lights all went out. So I haven't driven it though. It runs pretty bad. I'm not driving it down the road. Yeah, there you go. Offer 2,500. So I haven't driven it anywhere because I'm afraid to drive it because it just doesn't run good enough to drive it. But I don't think it's in limp mode. So if I bought this Magnum with the 6.1 Hemi in it, that would be a great. I'd love to take that to the drag strip with about a 200 shot of nitrous on it. Boy, that thing would go. So I've been keeping my eye on it. It hasn't gone anywhere yet. I'm a firm believer. If God wants me to have it, it'll be there and I'll get it. And if not, then I won't. There was a really nice Charger I was looking at. He only wanted, I think, 3,500 for it. It was an '08. It was orange. He said it had a random misfire. Is all that was wrong with it. And honestly, nobody's gapping the plugs right on these cars. And I've got 5 of them now, and not one of them did it have the right gap on the spark plugs. The plugs come gapped at 3,500, and they're supposed to be 5,000, or I'm sorry, 50,000. They're all gapped at 35 because that's the way they come out of the box, and they're supposed to be at 50,000. So, when I regapped the plugs on my one car, it cleared the misfire. There was a Super B. It cleared it right up, ran perfect. Still in limp mode. I had to replace the fuse to get it out of limp mode, but once I figured out the fuse and replaced that cured it. No misfires, no codes, no check engine light, no limp mode. And it goes into Super Boost, which was a trick that I don't think anybody knows about. So you have that SLP light for the traction control, and you can press the button and then the light goes off saying the traction control is off. But that's not the real way to do it. What you do is you push that button, you hold it in for 10 seconds, and then it comes up on the dashboard. What it says, I don't think it says traction control. I think it says something else similar to traction control disabled. And apparently, if you don't do that, you're never getting the full 425 horsepower that the car is capable of. You have to actually press that button and hold it for 10 seconds to get all the horsepower. Otherwise, it's detuned, for traction and everything. Even when you turn the traction controls off, it still isn't giving you the full power. You have to actually hold the button. And I don't know if it says it in the owner's manual or not, but my buddy with his SRT8 300 told me. So I tried it and it worked. He was right. It did exactly what he said it would do. I didn't know that. The guy that I bought it from probably didn't know that either. So Michael, it sounds like your pressure plate broke. If you can't push the pedal down, what happens is that when the ears on the pressure plate break, then the throwout bearing, you can't push it in. It's not going to go. So that's what it sounds like. I think your pressure plate broke. So if you were going to do a clutch, you do a pressure plate anyway. So just put a clutch in it. Get a clutch and pressure plate, put it in. You're probably fixed. I bet my money that's all that's wrong with it. So if that's the only reason you're going to get rid of the truck, shit. I know you love that truck. I know it's a rust bucket, but you love, just like my buddy loves his van. Just go put a clutch in it. Screw it. Yep, that's right. A clutch is a wear item, and you always replace the clutch and pressure plate together. And you have the flywheel surfaced. So if you do it right, you get another 200,000 miles out of it. Yeah, the only way I've ever seen one stuck is when it breaks. I haven't seen one wear enough to get stuck. It's always one of the arms is broken when they won't depress, when it's stuck. But that's just been my experience. Who knows? Until you open it up. But likely a new clutch and pressure plate will fix it. Oh, shit. I forgot to go get a damn lottery ticket tonight. Damn it. So the Powerball is up to $750 million, guys. Monday drawing again is on Monday. I'm going to go buy a ticket tomorrow. If I win that $750 million, you're all getting new cars. New cars and new planes for everybody. You get a car. You get a car. You get a. Yeah, everybody's getting cars and planes. If I win $750 million, I couldn't spend that in a lifetime. So yeah, Michael, you get a plane. I'll buy you a fucking airplane. You and I are gonna retire and go fly around the world. We'll get something really cool. Your X90. No, I'm not buying you no fucking X90. You can spend your own money on that. I ain't buying you one of those. uh, I'm thinking of Falcon of some kind. I know you like those. We'll get a brand new Falcon. Did you really, Michael? Did you buy a red line? Ridge line? That's a nice truck. I like those. My buddy Howard loves those things. Well, good for you, buddy. That's great. Yeah, cherry. Yeah. Yeah, Michael's version of cherry might be very different than ours. Very possibly. Well, good for you, Michael. That sounds like a great buy. I really hope that's true. What color is it? Is it the olive drab green? Black with gray leather. Well, there you go. You mind me asking, what did you have to pay for that? Because they usually hold their value. So you might have had to put a couple bucks out for that one. Oh, that was a really good deal. Very nice. That's a very good deal. $6,500 for that. Yeah, that's a very good deal. Yeah, those things bring a lot of money. A buddy of mine had when he was asking 11,000 for it. I was like, wow, really? And I think he was getting it. I mean, they really go for a pretty good ticket, and they're highly sought after cars, trucks, if you want to, whatever you want to call it. How many miles are on it, Michael? Oh wow, it's got 200,000 miles on it. Holy crap! Wow. Okay, well, it wasn't a bad deal. It wasn't a great deal, but it wasn't a bad deal. That's the average price for a 200,000 mile truck. So, but I'd say since you said it's been garage kept and it looks practically new, you did all right. I don't think you got hurt. Um, I've just looked them up on Marketplace, and wow, they're all over the place. 2021 is $29,000, so that's the highest one I see. And then there's one here that's 3,900 bucks. That's a '07. It has 211,000 miles on it. So, and then everything in between. Yeah, they're all over the place. So for 200,000 miles, I think you did okay. Yeah, used trucks have come down a shitload in the last couple of years because I know 2 years ago when I was trying to buy my Avalanche, um, yeah, I think it was 2 years ago. Yeah, 2.5. Anyway, 2.5 years ago, I had to pay $14,000 to get a 2013 in good shape. A nice truck. They were most of them were all beat to hell or whatever, and they still wanted 10, 11 grand. But now, you know, I go online and find nice Avalanches for 6,500 bucks. So yeah, the price came way down on those from when I bought mine. Um, and it looks like the Ridgelines did the same thing because I'd never seen one this cheap. Here's a 2010 for 29.95. It's got 141,000 miles on it. Well, I take that back. That looks like a down payment. So that one's gonna that's not a buy it price. That's a down payment price. Here's an '07 that looks a little rough. 2,800 bucks, 213,000 miles. But it's no cherry garage queen, that's for sure. So yeah, I think you did all right. It sounds like you did pretty good. Yeah, my Avalanche is the Black Diamond Edition, 2013. It's got everything on it. It was exactly the truck I wanted, and super happy with it. And I always wanted to replace my tailgate anyway because it had a couple of dents in it that were, you know, not horrible, but it bothered me because the truck is almost perfect other than the tailgate. And then I ruined the tailgate anyway. I was loading a car in a trailer, and the trailer came off the ball and went right through the back of the tailgate. So that'll never happen again because I'm using jack stands now. But at the moment, it was raining. I was in a hurry. This guy was driving me nuts that was trying to sell it to me. He was a total pain in the ass. That was the worst deal I had, with trying to buy something that I've ever had in my life. It was horrible. The guy was a total jerk. So Yeah. So anyway, I found a perfect condition tailgate, right color, it's got the spoiler and everything. It's in perfect condition. $500. It's in Georgia. I got to go get it. But that's where my four-post lift is anyway, right down the street from the tailgate. So I think Monday I'm gonna call both places and set it up, and then I'll probably Tuesday I'll go up and get them both and bring them back. It's kind of the tentative plan right now. If everything goes well. Mike Bird, what's up? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah, new is not good anymore. You're right. You know, I wouldn't buy a new vehicle anymore. That 2013 vehicle I have is probably the newest thing I'll ever own. Um, I'll just keep buying used old stuff because the stuff they're putting out now doesn't last. It's not reliable. It costs too much to fix. It's just ridiculous. So, I mean, I had to buy a new scan tool just to diagnose my Dodge because it has a steering angle sensor. You know, I've been driving cars for 50 years. I had never heard of a steering angle sensor. What the fuck is that? But one of the things that would put my car in limp mode was a steering angle sensor recalibration. So I bought a new scan tool. I needed one anyway. Mine was very old, but I only bought one that would cover current vehicles and older. I don't need one for the future. I don't need one that'll do Maserati, Lamborghini. I'm not working on any of that shit. So I don't need a scan tool that can handle all that. So I bought the best tool I could buy to do what I want to do with what I have. And I'm sure this tool will work fine for the rest of my life. Yeah, the it's very true. It's hard to find someone that wants to sell a Ridgeline. They, you know, especially, well, I found a bunch on Marketplace now, but even just a few years ago, you know, you couldn't find one. You couldn't find an Avalanche. You couldn't find a Ridgeline. I mean, the people were just hanging out of those vehicles big time. And and so that, I guess that's passed because now you can find them. Um, yeah, Philip, I don't know why you did that. Oh my God, there was a girl broke down on my property. Oh no, I take that back. It wasn't her. It was this other girl that came with Michelle over here. Uh, Her and her husband just bought a $124,000 Ford Super Duty truck. Their payments are 1,080 a month. I'm like, oh my God, yeah, that's insane. Yeah, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Phil. Are you leaving already, Mike? Are you signing out? Yeah, see, the Ridgeline is Honda's version of an Avalanche. You know, it's basically the same design. The back opens. There's a tonneau cover over the bed that you can take off, use it as a truck, use it as a camper. You can lock stuff in the bed. The same vehicle. It's a smaller version of an Avalanche. I think that's what Honda was going after when they built that truck. Yeah, we're just hoping it doesn't rain tomorrow. You know, Mike and I were going to go flying today, and it just rained all day. So, but if weather looks good tomorrow, we're going to go flying tomorrow. David Martin Graff, what's up? How you doing, buddy? You just got up. Oh, okay. So you're going to be here a while. You just got up. Okay. That's funny. Governor. That's all right, David. You come up. You show up anytime you want. No problem there. I used to have a couple people that show up at this time. John, I think it was John Hall, and who was the other one? God, I can't think of the other guy who used to show up early in the morning. Um, I haven't seen. Well, I haven't seen. What's his name tonight? Can't think of his name. Edwards. Yeah, I haven't seen him tonight. Yeah, I've been having some issues with Chrome myself. I don't know what if they changed. I wish that everybody leaves shit alone. God, I'm so sick and tired of updates on the browsers, updates on my email, updates on. Why can't they just leave shit alone? If it's working, why do you gotta go? Why do you gotta change it? It never works when you change it. And then we got to go through the whole beta testing bullshit while we're figuring out what we need to do to make it work. Why don't you just leave it alone? Is Netscape still available? I thought they went out of business or whatever. I didn't know that was still available. I'm getting so close. I'm totally being honest. I'm going back to Linux and just get off of Windows completely and all the bullshit because they don't do updates every 10 minutes and expect you to buy a new computer because well, that's their answer to everything. When they update everything and make it more complicated, we have to buy a new computer. I don't want to buy a new computer. I want to buy another airplane. I don't want to buy a new computer. I don't need to buy a new computer. I'll just downgrade my shit so the computers I have will work. Yeah, you've got mail from 14 years ago. Yeah, that was. Yeah, I never fell for the AOL bullshit. That was such a scam. Why in hell did you do that, David? Are you serious? You actually backed the AOL Time Warner merge? Oh my God! Really? All right, you just lost my vote for governor. You're you're way too stupid to be a governor. Oh, okay, well, all right, you made up for it because you made money on what is it, Enron? Oh yeah, Enron. I remember that. I don't remember what it was about, but I remember hearing about Enron. Yeah, I don't remember what the hell. Well, I think that's a pretty safe place to put your money. Yeah, gold's been pretty consistent. Yeah, it's funny how banks do that. You know, they you come in and want to withdraw some of your own money, and they want to know why. And then they tell you they don't have that much money. You know, you have to make an appointment. Well, we don't carry that much money in the bank. You have to call ahead and make an appointment. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but the laws have changed over the years a bunch. 20 years ago, it was illegal to refuse cash. It's not anymore. You can literally refuse to take cash. It's, it's legal to do that now. It wasn't 20 years ago? It wasn't legal. You know, you also could pay it. You could pay anything in pennies 20 years ago. You can't do that anymore either. They don't have to take the pennies. They don't have to take cash, which really surprised me. I worked for a body shop, I don't know, about 10 years ago. No more than that. Yeah, I've been here 11 years. Yeah, it's way longer than that. Probably 15 years ago. And they had no way of taking cash. Didn't have a bank account that they could take cash. So people would come in to pay for their body repairs on their car, and they didn't have a credit card. Well, sorry, we don't take cash. You're gonna have to go get a check or something because we don't take cash. I don't know how the hell you work a business and not take cash, but yeah, the laundromat still takes cash. That'll probably change soon now. There'll be credit card machines on every washer and dryer. It's especially a laundromat because they get robbed all the time. So if all the machines only had credit card readers, there'd be nothing to break in and steal. There's no money in the machines. So I can see that, but yeah, it's just amazing. A lot of people can't qualify for a credit card. What are they supposed to do? You know, it's, um, that's funny. The ice cream truck that comes around here takes a credit card. She's got that app thingy on her phone and with a card slider on it, and you give her your credit card, and she slides it through the thing on her phone. So my ice cream truck takes a credit card, but she will take cash. But she does take credit cards. Where in Texas? That's where you live, David? Oh, Phoenix. Okay. Um, yeah, we can pay for everything with a credit card here. Um, I can renew my tags online with a credit card. They mail them to me. Um, Pay my property taxes online. Uh, yeah, we don't have to have cash for anything anymore. Um, if I go to the DMV, well, same if I pay online even. If you use a checking account number check, you don't pay an extra fee. But if you use a credit card, they charge you a fee, like 2% or something. I don't know. So yeah, the government definitely here does that. So I always use my checking account number to pay, so they don't charge me the 2%. Yeah, and I don't know what exactly did that do, making Social Security direct deposit only. I mean, were people getting checks that weren't theirs, or I mean, and they don't think that people are going to set up dummy uh, bank accounts so that they get the dummy check anyway. I don't know. I mean, Bank of America will give you anybody a checking account. They don't care if you have a Social Security number or anything. They don't give a shit. They'll give you a checking account. Bank of America, of all the banks' names in the world, Bank of America does not. You don't have to qualify who you are to open a checking account there. They'll give anybody a checking account. Go figure. Yeah, people 200, 300 years old still getting checks. Yeah. You think the program that writes those checks would figure out that somebody can't be 200 years old, you know? But uh, yeah, that's what they keep saying. Um, I know we're going to have a big rollback for sure. They have been talking about that. I don't know how that's going to work. Oh my God, did you almost fall in and drown? Holy shit. Man, somebody called 911. Oh my God, I'm panicking. Somebody give me the number for 911. You know, God, that's funny, Mike. There's so much truth to that. Same thing here. You know, yeah, just come rowing into New York and say I'm here. You know, and get a free cell phone, get some credit cards. Yeah. Welcome to America. They're just starting to get mad now, Mike? Really? Why are you still welcoming everybody into the country that comes? Yeah, come to our door borders. We'll gladly take you in. Come on, is that your policy over there? I'm glad we finally stopped doing that. Wow. Yeah, maybe I should just come over there. No ID, no nothing. Just show up. Do they care what country you come from? Does one country get better treatment than another? I mean, if I came over there from Haiti, would I get treated different if I came over there from America? Oh God. Oh, welcome, except white British people. They want all you to go away. Get the hell out. We have to welcome all these newcomers. You people that have been here. Yeah, get the hell out. Oh my God. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. You still thinking about moving here, Mike? Oh Is that right? Really? You guys are becoming a Muslim nation? Really? Oh my God. I don't know why you're already here, Mike. What are you waiting for? Get the hell out. Jesus. You can't fly your own flag. Why? What kind of fucking law is that? You can't fly your own flag? Why the fuck won't they let you fly your own flag? Wow, that's crazy. That makes no sense. So can you put up a U.S. flag and that's okay? Or you're not allowed to fly any flags? Mike, I know you just had a big family loss, and I'm sorry about that. But have you got more family there? Is that why you're staying? If you want to keep in touch with the family you still have, or what exactly is keeping you there? Because you were pretty gun ho about moving here. So what's the story there? Well, you can bring Sherman with you. Are you the mayor of Thornberry, Philip? Don't do anything with it. Just gives you a place to go back to visit once in a while. You know, Put it with a management company that'll rent it out. Bed and breakfast rentals, not a rent for the next 2 years rental. You know, they come for a week and then they leave. No long-term rental. You know, just a short-term bed breakfast rental. You pay a company to rent it for you. You can capture some money while it's there, and then when you want to go back to visit, you book your own place. You just tell the rental company, hey, I'm coming back to England in December or whatever, and don't book anything. You know, that's what I would do with it. I wouldn't put a long-term renter in it. You know, somebody living in it. Just people that are visiting come spend a weekend or a week or whatever, and they leave, and then the management company goes in and cleans, changes the sheets, whatever. Another client comes in, rents it, you know, and then when you want to come home, you just book your own place. Just tell the management company, I'm coming home. Don't rent it for that month. You know, whatever. And yeah, that's what I would do with it, at least for now. You know, see how it goes, and that way you don't have to make any jump decisions. You know, you might come over here and not like it, want to go back, so you'll still have that place to go back to. You know, and if you come over here and everything's great, then you put it up for sale and sell it. Well, like I said, it'd be the perfect rental for a bed and breakfast type thing, or what do they call it now? I guess they still call it that. You know, that way you don't have to make any snap decisions. You know, you come over here, maybe only come over here for a year or two, and then go back. If maybe you decide America is not for you, you know, you still have your home to go back to. You know, it's a safe way to do it. Make a little extra money. You know, the management company will take good care of it for you. They'll take care of any problems that happen, and you just collect the money and relax. Don't worry about it. Okay, what famous address is that, David? Is that where the Queen of England lives? Yeah, that's why my idea, you're not really letting go of the past. It's still there. You know, you take your personal belongings, put them in storage. You rent the house out. You can always come back to it. Put all your personal items back in the house like you never left it. So if you decide you miss home too much, you go back. Well, same thing, Mike. You can preserve all that stuff. Just pack it away, and you can always put it back. You know, if you decide to go back, and you can always recreate that wall here in America. just the way it's there, paint it the same color and everything, and put it all back just the way it was. I understand that. I would probably do the same thing. So you're welcome, Phil. Listen. I love all you guys. You have no idea. You I was just telling the girl today that I fixed her car that the cars have been my life, and I've never had a drink in my life or smoked anything or done any kind of drug because I can't afford to lose my driver's license. Okay, and literally my life would be over because with no driver's license you can't have car insurance. If you don't have car insurance, you can't have a plate on your car, and if you don't have a plate on your car, at least where I used to live, you can't have it in the yard. So I would have lost all my cars and everything. One DUI, one driving under the influence, marijuana, whatever. So I just couldn't take that risk ever. That's why it's never happened because I cannot lose my driver's license under any circumstance because my life would be over. Um, Now I have you guys, which means a lot. Yeah, you have no idea. So it would still kill me to lose my driver's license. So I'm still not going to do anything to jeopardize that. But having you guys in my life is a big part of my life. I really enjoy your friendship, your company. Um, I hope someday we can all fly together. I'm still going to try to do that. Um, Once I get the apartment done and Deb's retired and we get get the new trailer in and we've got everything set, then I'm hoping we can travel around the country and I get to fly with all you guys. You know, maybe not all at the same time, but at least come to your towns at some point and we'll spend the weekend or weeks, who knows. But I got too many pokers in the fire right now. I got to finish this stuff before we can. Well, she hasn't retired yet, so um, she keeps pushing it back. I don't know why. I keep telling her, listen, you need to just find a job where you can work from home, medical billing or something, and stop going to work every day. You don't need to do that anymore. And she was talking about being retired by now, July, and that didn't happen. And now she's talking Christmas. I think part of that's because her company's finally going to have another Christmas party. They haven't had one in about 6 years. They do a big Christmas party. They give away thousands. Well, the final bill is over $1 million. They give away at the Christmas party. Okay, they give away $1 million of money, cash, to all the people, the employees, because you can win $2,500, $1,000, and there's over 600 employees there. And when you figure, and then they play games, and you win $1,000 here and there, and for the, it's just nuts how much money he gives away at the Christmas party every year. But they haven't had one since COVID, and they said they're having one this year. They've already booked the room, and the plans are all set, and they're definitely going to have one this year. And I think she wants to go back to that. So. Well, David, I'm definitely going to take you up on that when we finally start traveling. I can tell you that right away, because I'm definitely headed that way. We're going out to Arizona and Nevada and out that way. I might, depending on the time of the year and what we're traveling in, I might even take the race car with me to go to Lincoln, Nebraska for the SCCA Nationals. I've been there. I did that once already. Might do it again. So yeah. So a lot of things that could happen. We just have to see how it goes. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I told everybody when I built this building. All these guys like Fred, and I'm not picking on Fred. I love Fred to death, but he's renting 2 storage units to keep airplanes in. I don't know how many years it would take, but not too many to pay for this building. I literally took $30,000 out of my 401k to build this building, and it's only been 3 years, and I've almost recovered that money already. I almost have that 30 grand back, very close to having it all back. And so it only took 3 years to get back to zero, to ground zero, and then I'll start, building it again. So, and it was so worth it because I couldn't have survived without this building. So it made all the difference. Having all this room now to put all these airplanes inside, get my cars inside, get them out of the sun, get them out of the weather. Yeah, it's just huge. And so that's why I'm going to get the lift next week, because I got to have it. I can't live without it any longer. I got too many cars to work on. I can't lay on my back on the floor. I'm too old to be playing that game. So I need a 4-post lift so I can work on cars. And so we're finally at a point where we can make that happen. So next week it's going to happen. I'm going to go get my 4-post lift, bring it home, and then I can probably put 4 cars in the garage. There's one in here now already, and I can put 4 more in here immediately once that post is in, because I could put one on the lift and put it in the air, put one under the lift, and then under the living area that I'm building right now, I can put 2 cars under there right now. There's room for 3, but the third one's not going to be ready yet. That stall's too full, but the other 2 spots are open. So I just have to move the motorcycle, and I can put those 2 in there. So yeah, I'm just going to have to, when I get the lift in, I'm going to do a little rearranging, and then I can immediately bring 4 cars in the garage, get them out of the weather. And that's just a start. The garage will hold 11 when I'm done. But for starters, I can at least, I can't put, the airplanes are parked where all the air cars are going to be parked. They can't be in here yet because I haven't done the wiring and the drywall. So I still have to drywall. I got to do all the wiring in here and the drywall. And then once that's done, all the airplanes over there are coming in here. And once they're in here, that whole side's open. Then I can bring all my cars inside and park them over there. And then after that, it's just a matter of rearranging and decorating. But Yeah, Philip, it was absolutely necessary, and I tell everybody, listen, don't wait any longer. I don't care if you have to take money out of your 401k, just do it. You know, just do it because you can't, like you guys said, dying with $1 million in the bank is stupid. So I don't say spend all of it. I didn't want to spend that 30 grand, but I just finally just said, you know what, I have to do this. I cannot live here any longer without doing it. It's either that or rent space to park shit, and I'm not going to do that. It's just throwing money away. So, by putting the I own this property outright. I don't owe any money on the property. I don't owe any money on the building. I don't owe money on any of the cars. I have everything's paid for. I owe no I have no debt. No mortgage payment. No, all I pay is my phone bill and my electric bill. That's it. The garbage. I burn my own garbage. I have a well, so no water. I don't pay for water or sewage. That's all on property. So I literally have no bills, really. Just electricity and my phone. And I put this building up because I needed it. I needed to be able to bring my hobbies and my love, my cars and everything, sitting out in the sun every day. It's just killing them, and I need to get them inside. And that's I wanted the place to keep the airplanes. I couldn't leave them in the house any longer. We just couldn't live in the house with all these airplanes. They were everywhere, and so we got them all out of the house, and we're getting a new house, and that's going to be beautiful when we get that. And probably going to owe a little money on that, but I want to owe money on that. I've decided not having a mortgage makes me a bigger target for fraud. Because if I have that much equity in this property, somebody's going to try to steal it. Even to borrow against it. Where they do the fraudulent title crap and then they borrow against your equity. Well, if I don't have any equity, there's nothing to borrow against. So, making house payments again, if the interest rate's low enough, is not necessarily a bad thing. So, and I just got a quote from my bank at 5.9 on a mortgage, which is not bad. So, and they will they'll even finance a mobile home. So, and we're not gonna pay cash for the whole thing, but we're gonna put a big chunk down on it. I don't want a big house payment. I want a small house payment. So we're gonna put a ton down. But I've decided that I don't want to spend every dime I have. So I have no mortgage payment, because if something comes up and I need cash, I'm screwed. So we're gonna probably, I'm gonna try not to touch my 401k and just leave that go, and probably just use the money I have in the bank, as much of that as I can to down payment on the we're either going to build a house or a mobile home. They're talking about doing away with property taxes here, and if they do, then we're probably going to build a house instead of put a trailer on here, because the property taxes is what was going to kill me. My property taxes would more than double if I put a house on here instead of a second. Replace the mobile home with the one that's here. Wouldn't cost me almost anything. But if I built a house on here, my property taxes would almost triple, and I can't afford that. But our governor's talking about doing away with property taxes completely. And then I also heard that if you're over 65, which I'll be this year, you don't pay property taxes anymore either. So I got to look into that too. But yeah, they came out and looked at the property. I don't know what the holdup is now. These people have been doing this for 100 years, and now they want a survey of the property. And I'm like, the county has 2 surveys of my property. Why can't you just look it up on the county records? Why do I have to provide you with a survey? I don't understand. I mean, when they put this building up, I did a hand-drawn survey, showing them I took the footage off of the county records of my property footage, wrote it on a piece of paper, drew a picture, and the garage is 20 feet from this fence, from this property line. It's 120 feet from that property line. It's 200 feet from the road, and that way is 800 feet. So, and that was it. And they were happy with that. That was fine. So they have that one. And then they're having a real one, a regular survey that, a survey company came out and did. I have that, but the building's not on it. But they're telling me they can't put a house, the new trailer on here until they have a survey done. I'm like, well, okay, well, you guys do that, don't you? Well, yeah. Well, okay. Well, I haven't heard from them. It's been 2 weeks now. I haven't heard from them. So I don't know. You know, they talked a good game, and I believe they've been around forever. So I don't know what the holdup is. But I guess I need a caller next week and say, all right, what are we doing? Are you guys going to put a trailer on here, or am I going somewhere else? Um, David, I'm not exactly sure. Are you talking? Is that autonomous cars? Is that what you're saying there? Yeah. Just because somebody made it doesn't mean they're going to be able to sell it or that people would trust it. I mean, seriously, would you get in a car that doesn't have a steering wheel or a driver? You're just going to get in the back of it and let the car drive you somewhere? Would you do that? Because I wouldn't. There's no chance in hell. So, same thing with these drones. Listen, I know you guys aren't RC guys, or well, all right, I take that back. But airplanes, we used to have vertical airspace above our own property, and they took that away from us. And the reason they took that away from us is because of these um, Uber drones. Okay, they're going to fly a drone to your house with no pilot on board, land in your yard. You're going to get in it. It's going to fly you to the mall or fly you to your doctor's appointment or whatever, with no pilot on board. And they wanted that low airspace below 400 feet for those vehicles, because above 400 feet, well, 500 feet is normal aviation. General aviation is 500 feet and above. But 400 feet below was our property, our air. And they're taking that away from us to give it to the drone operators now. They're going to operate these autonomous drones that can land in your yard and take you to your doctor's appointment by air and fly in that 400-foot area. And I don't know who the hell would get in one of those, but I sure as hell wouldn't. Yeah, I know they're still testing that, and as soon as somebody gets hurt, that's going to be over. As soon as one of those drones either crashes in a yard and hurts a little kid, or lands in a yard and hurts a little kid, that'll be the end of that. That whole thing, and that's exactly what everybody. That's why Amazon stopped. They realized it was not going to work, and they stopped. And UPS was going to do it too. They stopped. They're not going to do it either. They've decided that the risk is not worth it for what could happen, and it's going to happen. We all know it's going to happen. We've all crashed enough radio control airplanes to know that things just sometimes happen. It doesn't have to be pilot error. Shit fails. And in this situation, when a big ass drone falls on your child playing in the yard, that'll be the end of it. So it's just a matter of time before that happens. But it'll happen. I don't think we're doing any drone deliveries here in Florida yet that I know of. I know they were pushing it, um, but I haven't seen it yet. I know Christy was talking about uh, a sandwich shop where she lives is delivering sandwiches by drone. I don't remember if it was like Jimmy John's or one of those, but she was talking about they're doing that there. What are they delivering where you are, Mike? Yeah, the agricultural thing is a little different. I mean, you're spraying crops, so there's not going to be anybody, or they shouldn't be, or they can make sure there isn't anybody in the crop field while the spraying's just like now when a crop duster goes through that and sprays the crops. There's nobody in the fields, no animals in the field. They make sure they're clear so that they don't get sprayed with the pesticides that they're spraying. So that's a little different. We're talking about where you live and having a drone land in your driveway, and there's your kid on a tricycle playing in the driveway, and the next thing you know, boom. So yeah, that tree jumped right in the way. Yeah, that tree branch that swatted your drone out of the sky. It just came out of nowhere. I don't know where. I didn't see it. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Yeah, so battery life on a drone is still pretty you know, they haven't figured out how to make a drone fly for 20 minutes carrying a payload. So, yeah, wherever it's delivering is going to have to be pretty damn close to where the operation is. They're not going to be able to fly, 20 miles away. Um, and of course, they're going to just keep, just like NASA, they're all going to be buying from the cheapest contractor. So they're going to be using the cheapest parts. So they're going to fail. And when they fail, they're going to crash and hurt somebody. And as soon as that happens, the whole thing goes right out the window. That'll be the end of it. It's only going to take one person to get hit by a delivery drone to just end the whole damn thing. So is he on board his agricultural drone flying it, or is it remote? How's that agricultural drone flown? Is he on board, or is he remote flying it? Remote. Oh wow. So how did he save her? Did she have to like grab onto it and hang onto it to get pulled away, or how did that work? Yeah. Well, that must have been a hell of a trip. Well, Philip, that's hilarious because there's so much technology that we used to do that we can't do anymore. We don't have the capability of doing it anymore. Um, and it's crazy that we could do it 50 years ago, but we can't do it now. It doesn't make sense, but a lot of it's just a lost art. It was something that we learned to do, and then we started paying other countries to do it for us, and everybody that knew how to do it has died, and now we don't know how to do it anymore. Could we start it back up again? Possibly. Well, I would have to say yes. I mean, if we once did it, we would have to be able to do it again. but at what cost? See, that's the big problem is what would the startup costs be to start over again, designing and building something that we used to do and we don't do anymore because we pay somebody else to do it. And could we start it up again and make it cost effective that it wouldn't be cheaper to buy it from the other guy that's been doing it since we stopped. So is that true, Michael, or did you make that up about flipping the drone over? Did we ever really do what? You want me to give you like a specific of something that we did? All right, I'll give you one. Remember the car, the 19, I think it's a 59, the Chrysler jet car. I've got it on my shelf right there. Okay. It was a turbine jet engine that was custom built by Chrysler. And then we stopped doing it because they didn't think it was feasible to make it production. And Jay Leno's car burnt up, and we didn't have the ability to rebuild it. You wouldn't believe what they went through to rebuild Jay's car. There's a documentary on YouTube. Watch it, because we couldn't do it. We literally couldn't do the way we did it back then. They did find a way after a lot of engineering and planning, and they did find a way to do it with today's technology. But is it as good as it was back then? I don't know. But we certainly didn't build it the way we did back then. So why were we able to build it back then and can't do it now? Why did we have to use? They actually used a 3D printer that printed steel, metal, not a plastic printer like mine, a metal printer to print the component of the jet that they needed, the regenerator or something that took the exhaust gases and reburned them again or something. And yeah, it's a great documentary. Go watch it. It's but that was one example of something that we used to do and did it without problem, but we couldn't do it again today the way we did it back then. They even had several of the guys that built that thing 50 years ago were on the team explaining how they did it 50 years ago, and because they had no idea how to do it until they talked to these guys. Thank God these guys were still alive, because if they were dead, they'd have never been able to fix that car. But these guys explained the way they did it and how they did it, and then they discussed it and figured out that if they used a 3D printer to do it this way, it would accomplish the same thing, but maybe not as good as it was before, or maybe better. I don't know. They really never said that. They never elaborated whether it was better or not, but it worked. They were able to fix Jay's car so he could drive it. And but yeah, I'm trying to think of some of the other things that we used to do that we can't do anymore. Pretty simple shit. It was a YouTube video I watched about it. It was a documentary about things we used to build and we can't do it today. We can't do it again. Just amazing. The well, a lot of the Again, I don't understand. Like the Avro jet that they built, that was the greatest jet ever devised, and then they destroyed them all and destroyed all of the blueprints and everything because it was too good. Or again, another documentary you can watch. Um, Apparently, one of the planes got away. We never did find it. Somebody's got it in a museum in their private collection somewhere. That one jet that flew away because they wouldn't let them destroy them all. So the one guy got in it and flew it away, and they never saw it again. So I'm sure it's hidden in somebody's collection somewhere in the world, and I don't know if we'll ever get to see it. I imagine one day. You know how we're going to find it? I'll tell you exactly how we're going to find it. Whoever owns it handed it down to his son, and now we're getting to where that guy is going to want to hand it down to his son, and his son ain't going to want it. And when his son don't want it, then what's he going to do with it? So he's going to have to put it on the market. He's going to have to sell it because he can't pass it down to the family because the kids don't want it, right? And that's what's going to happen. So I would guess in the next 10 years, probably, that airplane's finally going to show up. And we're finally going to find out what happened to it. Because someone's kid is not going to want the damn thing. They're not going to want anything to do with it. And then what's he going to do with the damn thing? His only choice would be to give it to a museum or sell it to a museum. So, or another private collector, but it'll definitely go public. It won't. I don't think it'll be a private sale. So yeah, we'll finally find out what happened to that airplane. What are you talking about? Going to the moon? Oh no, we can go back to the moon. There's. I think we stopped going to the moon because it was costing so much, and we already learned everything we needed to learn about the moon. Now they're talking about maybe cohabiting the moon, but I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't want to live on the moon. It wouldn't be a. Um, but they want to put habitats on the moon now. That's why we're going back because we want to see if we can live there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it costs so much money to go to the moon, and people today are like, well, why are we spending money to go to the moon? Why don't you help people here on Earth that are homeless and you know jobless and have medical problems that not from smoking cigarettes but just medical. And it's a hard sell. Back in the '60s, we didn't have these kind of problems we have today, so dumping billions of dollars into a moon launch wasn't that big a deal. But today, it is a big deal. So, yeah. Well, remember the movie Space Cowboys? Do you guys remember that movie? Where we sold in the movie, we sold the technology for a satellite to the Russians and they weaponized it. And only Clint Eastwood's character was the only one that knew how to work on it. It was his design. Um, so, yeah, they put a nuclear weapon platform in space and they had to get rid of it. So yeah, that's not a new. I mean, Space Cowboys is an old movie. I forget what year that was, but it was somewhere around '98. Um, so And the only reason I know that is because one of our '96 Impalas was in the movie, you know, and of course all of our guys, our national club, talked about it a lot. Somebody, one of the guys in our national club, got his car in the movie. You know, he knew the producer or whatever. And listen, can I just do a drive-through? You know, in one of the scenes, and they figured out where they could do it, and they let him do it. So yeah, Michael, if that ever happens, and honestly, I can't see it happening because today kids today our future has no future because kids today don't want to do anything. All they want to do is play video games. So who's going to invent the rockets that are going to take us to Mars and build habitats on Mars? And you know, there's not going to be anybody left. You know, everybody, you know, collector cars are going to go away because the kids don't want them. You know, so they're going to end up in scrap yards, and they're all going to be forgotten. And you know, Harley Davidson riders, you know, their kids don't want those motorcycles. What are they going to do with them? You know, what's Harley going to do for sale? I guess Harley's sales are down so bad right now that you know they're about to go bankrupt again, like they did back in the what was it, the '70s or the '80s. Yeah, it's our future is looking pretty, pretty bad. You know, because the kids today don't want to do anything. They don't want to go to work. When they go to work, they don't want to work. You know, they want to just sit on their phones all day long, either social media or playing a game. That's all they do. Well, Philip, you know, you got to think about it though. I mean, the ticket on the Concorde was incredibly expensive just to be able to fly over the ocean in 2 hours. Um, I don't think they were filling the seats. So every time there was a seat empty, it was costing them money. So I just think economics wise, it just wasn't practical to fly that plane anymore. Um, you know, there obviously everything's political. I mean, there's politics is involved in everything, unfortunately. But but just on the basis of just you know, it was a very specialized airplane, and there just I don't think there were enough people to fill the plane every day to go back and forth. There just isn't. There wasn't that kind of need. And now everybody's doing everything from remotely, so they certainly wouldn't need it today. You know, everybody does everything, you know, on FaceTime, Facebook, you know, whatever. So there would be no need to fly a 2 hour flight to England. So yeah, that plane would have been mothballed already anyway if it hadn't already gone before, because there just wouldn't be a need for it anymore. You know, if you get a speeding ticket now in most states, you don't even have to go to court. They do a Zoom. You go to court in your own house in a Zoom session. And that's how you go to court now. You don't even go to the courtroom anymore. It's gets that's where our future is. So well, it's not just YouTube, Mike. It's parents today. Parents today give their kids everything. Okay, I mean everything. You know, an 8 year old today gets a cell phone already. I mean, why does an 8 year old need a cell phone? Okay, you know, they get the best of everything, the best clothes. You know, when I went to school, guys, I didn't have, you know, we couldn't afford Levi jeans. Okay, my mom bought J.C. Penney jeans, which weren't denim. They looked like denim. Looked like new denim where they're dark blue, like the ones I'm wearing right now. But they always stayed that color. They didn't fade. They were made out of polyester or something. I don't know. So they looked like brand new denim, but they never wore out. They never faded. So they always looked like brand new denim. All right. That's all we could afford. And, so we had cheap shoes, cheap clothes. We couldn't afford anything. Today, people today give their kids everything. They barely have to wipe their own ass. I was dating a wonderful woman, PhD, brilliant woman, beautiful, brilliant. Her kids, for her 40-year-old son. Now, how old was he? He wasn't 40. He was in his early 30s, I think. He's living at home in his bedroom, and he doesn't have to work or anything because she just takes care of him. Okay. So what kind of life is he going to have when you die? Then what? And when he burns through all the money you saved up for him, then what? What's he going to do then? Yeah, Michael, we had to use a lot of fabric softener and a lot of washes before before they would stand up on their own. But yeah, they're. But yeah, kids today are all wearing designer clothes. They all have phones. They don't have to ride the bus to school. Their parents come and pick them up. It's ridiculous. I had to walk a mile to get on a bus to go to school. Okay, we had a mile long street, and I had to walk all the way down to the end of the street because the bus only came to the end of the street, unless it was raining. If it was raining, the bus would come down the street and pick us up at designated spots, and drop us off that way too. But if it wasn't raining, we had to walk all the way into the street. So, and then it was a 10, 12-mile ride to school. Yeah, I live right across the street from a school. They actually just put a freaking lane in that's a good eighth of a mile long for the carpool people to park, to sit in line on the side of the road so that they could come into the school to pick up their kids. And the kids probably live 2 blocks down the road, but they're not allowed to walk home. Their parents have to come pick them up. So it's just crazy, Lightning, thunder, gonna have more rain. Well, yeah, they're talking about doing away with money too, but um, yeah, just think if you don't have if they're going to provide food and room and board for you, you don't have to go to work. Then what? And listen, automation's taking away all the jobs anyway. I mean, more and more jobs are going away because they're self checkout lines at everywhere you go. So there's no cashiers anymore. You have to check yourself out. Um, you know, Robots build the cars today. There's very few people on assembly lines anymore. The robots are doing all the work. So yeah, it's just all everything's downsizing and there's no jobs left, and kids today don't want to work anyway. So yeah, it's definitely going to get nothing but worse. I'm glad I'm not going to live long enough to see it. I'm going to be dead and gone before it gets really bad. This whole thing about spaceships like Star Trek and traveling in space and going to new worlds, I don't see that happening. Who the hell are they going to get on one of these ships? You know, I don't see it happening. Well, yeah, that's probably true, Michael. That's one job that isn't going to go away anytime soon because cars are always going to break down and we're always going to have accidents. So yeah, that's probably a pretty safe job to get into. You probably work forever that in that job. Um, yeah, same here. I had three jobs. I worked. I left school at noon. I had a work permit deal, so I only had to go half a day of school. I left school and went to a automotive place as a mechanic's helper, gopher. And then from there, I left and went to work at Ponderosa as the cook. And then on weekends, I was working cutting grass for a guy. I did because I couldn't do it during the week, but on the weekends I could cut grass. So yeah, I was working three jobs too back then. My parents were divorced. My mom was raising us alone. She went to work every day and spent all of her nights in the bar, so she was never home. She would make food for us that was in the freezer, and we'd have to microwave our own food. Microwave. I still have. That's funny. We're talking. See, 72, 3, 4, that in that range. Had a Amana radar range, they called it. It was a microwave, one of the very first ones out. I still have that microwave. It still works. It's out in the barn. I'm not using it, but we have it, and it does work. It's huge. I mean, it's this big monstrous box. It's enormous. Um, you could put a turkey in that thing. It was gigantic. So yeah, we still have that. I still the house that I moved out of was my grandparents' house. It was built in '58, and the original refrigerator that was in the house when they bought the house was the very first frost-free uh, refrigerator that GE made, and it still works. And I brought it with me. It's here. It's in my other garage. So when I get this finished, it'll be over here, and it still works. And it's that brown. I know you guys are going to know. Some of you older guys are going to know that you either got a green, olive green with a darker green border around it, or a brown with a darker brown border around it, like it faded to dark. And those were the two main colors for refrigerators, or you could get a cream colored one. Um, so yeah, I do too. I think there is still a Ponderosa here in Florida somewhere. I think it's down in Sarasota. I think there's one still open. Um, but yeah, so I was working three jobs all through high school, and when I got out of school, I rarely had one job. I always had at least two. Um, I need money for my cars and my airplanes. I started flying airplanes at 13. My parents got divorced when I was 12. Started flying airplanes when I was 13. Started driving when I was 16. So, so the airplanes and the cars have been my life, my whole life. On my 16th birthday, I got my driver's license, my full license, and went to the drag strip. It was a ridiculous time on a very slow car, but I thought it was cool. 16, I had a driver's license and I was going drag racing. So it was a big day for me. So Started printing vases at 64. No, I started printing vases at let me think a minute. I'll tell you. Let's see. At 56. I think I got that printer right there. You can see it behind me here. Yeah, that printer right there. That was my first printer. I bought it. I believe I was 56 when I bought it. That's the Ender 3. Everybody had an Ender 3. Um, so that's when I started, because that's all I could print on that was vases. Vases, and I printed a couple of articulating dragons, but not the nice new ones that I do now. These were very, very raw, basic articulating dragons. But that's the only thing I ever got to print on that thing. Everything else I tried to print, it failed every time. And I did that for years and never sold a thing. And I give everything away. Nothing was good enough to sell. Everything was crap. So, but now, you know, the printers today are unbelievable. This is probably one of the this to me is one of the most amazing things I've ever printed. I just knocked my shield over. My I got to finish that up here. Um, the crazy detail that is that's on this vase just blew my mind, and I've shown it to you before, but in case you haven't seen it, because it's just the detail on it is so. I mean, it looks like there's layers upon layers on top of each other, and it's not, but it sure as fuck looks like it. And I couldn't believe it printed this. This is absolutely insane. That in vase mode, it printed this. Because in vase mode, all it does is go round and round like this. It doesn't go this way and that way and and all that nonsense. It doesn't. It just goes around in circles like this. And it printed this in vase mode, and I couldn't believe it. I didn't think it could happen. So I set it all up in the slicer, and then I click the vase mode, and it gives you a couple of warnings. It tells you can only have one layer, and we're going to deactivate this and this and this because you're in vase mode, blah blah. And then it took it, and it says, okay, we're ready to print. And I'm seriously, this thing can print in vase mode, really? And it did. I couldn't believe it. So yeah, the technology today with these printers is unbelievable. It's such a night and day difference from 9 years ago. So do you have a printer, Michael? You printed that ass on your sofa. No, you didn't print that. You planted that. You planted your ass on the sofa. Yeah, sort of honeycomb-like, sort of. But what it's doing literally is it's doing diamonds inside. So when you look inside here, it's just a bunch of diamonds, okay, that are indented, you know, because everything is concave on the outside here, so it's all convex on the inside, and it all turns into just all these pointed diamonds inside that are just, it's just incredible how this came out. You know, it's just the most craziest, coolest print of everything. And I've printed everything. I mean, I've got cars and airplanes and vases and Bigfoots and Taurus, Doctor Who, TARDIS, Iron Man helmet, Lost in Space robot. I mean, I printed everything you can think of, and still going. I mean, I just find new things to print, and I love it. It's a lot of fun. Now it's a lot of fun. 9 years ago with that stupid machine over there was nothing but hell. There was not much fun about it. Of course, I didn't know that at the time, so I guess I thought it was fun back then, or interesting. I don't know how much fun I had. When something finally printed to the end, it was a great, success. It was like, wow. Now it's just expected. I set the printer, I go in, go to bed, come up the next day, and there it is. And it rarely, very rarely, do I have a failed print. Almost every time I come out, it's perfect. I have had a couple of failures, but it's very rare. You're gonna print plastic dog poop. That's your big big design thrill, was to print plastic. You can already do that. There's already files out there to get to print poop. That's, you don't even have to just download the file and print it. You don't even have to work at it. They're perfectly balanced, Phil, because they have to be. The machine's going around in circles, a steady circle, with the exact same amount of filament under the exact same amount of pressure. So they're perfectly balanced when they're done. They have to be. There's no way it could not be balanced. Yeah, you could do that. There's certainly um, what I enjoy doing, like for instance, this car, because of the detail that came out on this. I lost you here. Damn it. Still on? I accidentally hit the power button, shut the computer down. I bumped it with the car accidentally. Am I here still? Are we good? Did it shut down? Are we still on? Yeah, there you go. Just send money, don't ask why. I think it says I'm still live. Am I still live? Yeah, we're good. I'm still on, right? You guys can hear me? Just somebody, anybody, type anything. I don't care. Just type something. Let me know we're still on. Nobody's typing anything. Okay, there you go. All right, thank you. Good. All right. So anyway, yeah, I printed this because of the detail that was in it. It was so cool. And when I'm done with it, when I paint it up, it's going to be really cool. I haven't decided if I'm going to paint the windows or not. I don't know yet. But the detail on this is really good. So this is going to be a beautiful model when it's done. Um, so that was really cool. The vases are really cool. The Millennium Falcons I've printed are really cool. Um, those dragons that I printed are pretty cool. These things, and of course, I printed myself my own Oscar. I'd like to thank the Academy, my mom and my dad, all my friends out. Yeah, so and then this guy here is pretty cool. Um, and the detail on it is amazing. I mean, you can see the nail beds where his toenails are sticking out, and the wrinkles on his skin, the scales on the skin. I mean, it's just amazing how cool this came out. Um, so yeah, I love this knick-knacky stuff that I'm printing. It's so cool. Um, Juno, that's who I was looking for earlier. I was wondering where you were. There you are. Yeah, he said, we're Edwards? We're missing Edwards tonight. Where is he? There he is. Well, that was me because I accidentally hit the power button. It's on the keyboard right here, and I accidentally, when I was turning this over, I bumped the bumper and it hit right on that damn button, and it shut the thing down. But I brought it right back up, and I didn't lose you. So that was pretty lucky because I thought for certain I'd lose you. So, but yeah, when some of the stuff is really cool. Some of the stuff I've printed, not so much. But most of the time, it's pretty cool. Um, really, really fun to print. Um, just and there's so much more available that I haven't even gotten to yet. Um, yeah, the cops are coming, Michael. Shame it doesn't have a lighter in its mouth. You mean the dragon? You could put one in there. It's actually the mouth's open, and you could easily send a lighter or something down in there so that a flame would come out of his mouth. It'd be pretty easy to do. I believe that, well, what this is. So this is a copy of a incense burner. Okay, and the incense is burnt down here in its stomach. There's a cavity down here. Even in this, it printed the cavity just like the real thing. So there's a cavity with a tube that goes up through his mouth. So if you were burning incense in the tummy down here, the smoke would be coming out of his mouth. Now you can't burn it in this plastic because obviously the plastic would catch on fire. Um, but the metal one that it's copied after is done the exact same way. Now you could easily put a lighter in here and have the flame coming out of his mouth. And since heat rises, it wouldn't affect. I don't think it would melt this or anything. It'd be fine. So yeah, you could do that, especially one of those torches, that would have that hard flame coming out, not just a wick of a flickering flame, but that. So Yeah, Michael. Well, again, you can print that too. That's out there available. The stuff you're coming up with is already there are already files exist for that stuff. So you wouldn't even have to do it. Just download it and print it. It'd be simple. You can print yourself a hand buzzer, all that stuff. It's all available. You're not being very creative. Oh, all right, guys. I think I'm going to call it. It's almost 3 o'clock. Wow, that's 6 hours. Holy crap! Another 6 hour show. Wow. Um, any last minute requests or questions or comments? Well, thank you guys. I appreciate that. I really do. I know you guys like it because you're still here. Which I really appreciate that you guys enjoy the show and that we have this much fun. So I'm really happy about that. That makes me feel good. I wish more people were still here, but um, especially West Coasters, because it's not that late for you guys. It's only going on midnight. Um, it's 3 o'clock in the morning here. So a lot of the West Coasters could have been here at least till 11. Um, so you know what, Phil? I'm glad you spent your birthday with us, at least the start of it. So thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. You know, yeah. So Mike Bird's day is just starting. It's 8 a.m. there, so he's probably getting ready to make breakfast, take Sherman for a walk, and that kind of stuff. Michael's going to go make some real poop instead of some fake poop. So, all right, guys. So I'm gonna call it, and I'll try to do this again next Saturday. No promises. I never know what's going on in my life, but hopefully I'm not busy, and we'll do this again next Saturday. All right, guys. Until then, take care, fly safe, and we'll see you guys. Hopefully, we'll see you next week. All right. Talk to you later. Have a great night. Great morning to you, Michael.